Hello, 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 hello.
Good morning, participants. It's an honor to have with us Professor V. Ratnamala from Mizoram University. Ma'am has a year-long experience in academics. He has been associated with the Department of Mass Communication, Mizoram University since 2010. Okay, this is fine. Again, I need to repeat or what? Good morning, participants. It's an honor to have with us Professor V. Ratnamala from Mizoram University. Ma'am has been associated with the Department of Mass Communication, Mizoram University since 2010, and ma'am has many publications in her name, authored books, as well as organized many conferences, and today ma'am will deliver 3 lectures, and we are really fortunate to have ma'am with us to resource the sessions for GIAN workshop. We are hoping to have a wonderful time with ma'am, and I would like to request our HOD sir, Professor Abhijit Bora, to felicitate ma'am.
Let's get to the podium.
Okay.
It's a big honor.
Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome to the department.
Thank you.
I would also like to request the HOD sir to speak a few words regarding this.
Well, there's nothing to say actually, because Professor Ratnamala and our department, we have a long association. We have been having her here for different occasions, scholarly occasions here and there. And she has been contributing a lot towards the field domain in the northeastern region. And recently, I would like to congratulate her also, because she has completed a major fellowship of 1.5 months.
2 months.
2 months in Northwestern University's campus in Qatar. She has actually arrived last week only from there. So you will get additional benefits of very fresh knowledge in this regard. Fine. So welcome, and I hope our scholars as well as participants will benefit a lot from your scholarship. Thank you.
Okay, we can start the session, right? Yes, sir. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Kapoor, for this invitation. Oh, I have to talk in this one. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I thank Dr. Kapoor and the department for this kind invitation. And so I think you are already like attending this workshop for last 1 week, right? And you have heard a lot about like human rights, maybe from a different angle, because like Professor she is from like gender studies, right? So today we can like kind of compare this with this like journalism aspect only. So that's the thing. So why we have to study this human rights approach of like journalism, or like human rights journalism, like why it's like important? We know that like we have already like learned a lot about the role of journalist in the society, right? So the journalists have this social responsibility, and they are the one surveilling the society, and then like finding out like what's wrong or like what is right in the society, and then they are like taking that one to the larger people, right? So here like the journalists not only hold the power to inform the public, right, and they are also like kind of promoting public knowledge and understanding of issues, but the major role of a journalist is to educate the public, right? So they have to like talk about the important issues, like what is like bothering in the society. So that is their like major role. So they have to like increase the awareness of the members, right? So when we talk about like human rights based approach, it should like ensure that the projects and the programs that are based on like international human rights standards, so they have to like empower those who are like involved, and they should like care about who are all mostly like marginalized, right? So the role of the journalist is not only to report about like big corporates and their like family weddings and other things, right? So there are like lot of things they are doing it for the commercial aspect, and we cannot just blame the journalists, because it's not only in their hands like what to report and what not to report. There is a kind of gatekeeping, right? You all know about that one, right? So I think you are all PhD scholars, right? Masters, okay, two of your master students, because I don't have like much idea about who will be the participant, right? So that's what. So let me like kind of try to bring in like for the research scholars also and for the students also, like how to bring those issues. Okay, so here this approach like examine all aspects of like human rights issue. So when we talk about the political rights, the civil rights, the cultural rights, like all those human rights, like the journalist has to like examine each and everything, and they also have to examine the local, state and the national factors and the government policies and also the legal environment, right? So the role of the journalist is like much higher, because they have the power to communicate, right? And they have the space also to like communicate, right? So they have to like look for these human rights issues in the society, and they have to like report it to the larger public. So what makes human rights news, right? So we all have like studied about the news values, right? So when we talk about the news values, whatever we are having is the westernized notion of like news values, that is this prominence and this timeliness, then relevance and proximity, right? So when we talk about like proximity also, there are like certain human rights issues. For example, if something happened in Manipur, it may not be a big deal for the people in like Mumbai or in Delhi or somewhere else, right? So even this westernized notion of like news values also, even though they say that this human rights news can like perfectly fit within this 4 news values, that is the prominence, timeliness and relevance and proximity, but there are times like the human rights issues like never be considered to be a news also, because they think that proximity, so it's not happening in our state or it's not happening in our region, so we cannot like concentrate on that one, right? So that is also like one problem with us. Like, so when we talk about this like human rights issues, like we are like going to talk about the people's daily lived experiences, like how they eat, how they live, like how their opportunities for education, their opportunities for like this religious what you call like rights, right? All those things. So here they are about like people's entitlement, right? So as a citizen of India, they are like entitled to right to life, liberty, right? Freedom to religion or freedom of speech and expression, or they are like supposed to get like at least like food and like shelter, and then like good like safe drinking water and all those things. This all like comes under this human interest stories only. But the problem is that like in India, when we talk about like human rights news, we are thinking that it's such a big thing. If and only there is some violation is there, then we have to report it. But it doesn't mean that you have to wait till certain people are like violating certain rights, then only you have to report. But there are like certain issues, like so many issues are there. So for example, if 2 days back also there is a news that in India the price for this vegetables is on this one. So many people cannot like afford for vegetables, because it has like even it is like more or expensive than the meat, right? So it's a report, it says. So you can like relate that report to the local communities, and then you can report on that also, right? So here there is no violation, right? So someone is not like kind of beating someone or like discriminating someone, but like someone is not able to like afford proper food, right? and then it's also like affects their health and like nutrition and other things, right? So we have to like kind of think, come out of that box, that we shouldn't like wait only for the violations. We have to like, before it's get violated, we have to report it. So it's a kind of like preventive journalism only, right? We are not like reactive journalism. We are not going to react if after certain things happened and then we are like going to report it. No, we are like going to report even like before certain things happen, and there are like certain conditions it might lead to like violations, so the government should come in, right? And ours is a democracy, right? And the elected governments have the duty to safeguard their citizens, right? So the media has also the right, because they are also considered as the fourth estate, and they are also like one of the stakeholders of democracy, right? So they also have the right to, and also it's their duty to report like whatever it's like, they have to like prevent certain violations in the society. So that's what like like human rights can become news also. So it has to be guided by the news values and the principles of journalism, right? So what are the like principles that guide like journalists? For example, would people be interested to know about that issue being reported, and who are the people concerned, and who are the people who would be most affected by the story? How would they be affected? Who else would be affected? So is the issue a matter of like public interest? So how will it affect people's lives? How close is it to the audience? So what is the journalist's own relationship with the issue? What are the experiences elsewhere, right? So when we talk about that vegetable price hike, so you can like relate to that one. So how people will be like affected and all, right? So in Tamil Nadu, I think like once, I think there was this tomato price was like very high, and then it was like be reported in the media again and again, and later on the government also started like distributing those vegetables using the public distribution system, okay, the ration shops and all, right? So if and only like journalists bring that issue to the notice, and we also don't know how the vegetable sellers are being affected, right? And most of these vegetable sellers are like indigenous women, like tribal women, who are like sitting in the markets and selling, right? So it's not just like vegetable price hike, but it's also affecting different peoples in a different way. So it's the role of the journalist to bring that news angle, right? So whether the new journalist can bring that angle of indigenous women being affected, right? And they're like daily selling, so they can like compare if it is like very high, like how much they are able to sell and how much they are like taking it back. Like most of this, I think in Aizawl also we have this Saturday markets. So Friday night itself you can see this women from different villages, they are coming and like setting up their stalls and everything, and the whole day they'll be sitting. And sometimes in the Saturday evening by 6-7 they won't be selling enough because it's very high. Then after that they'll start giving in half price and all, and you can see that people goes by the time to take those vegetables in the half price and all, right? So there are like so we can like see from like what angle. And again, vegetable is not a very simple thing also. It's also like affecting the nutritional for each and every human being. We need like certain nutrition like vitamins and everything, right? So even like one of this cancer research says that if women are not taking like the intake of their vegetables and fruits is like very less, then it's also like affecting the chance of getting the cancer, right? So all these like dietary practices and the nutritional practices also like affects in a long term, right? So that's what, like, even though it's a very small issue, right, for us, like we may think that what there is no such novelty, right? But people can like bring in those things. Like I think like the last week also you can see in most of the newspapers they have made as a very nice big articles like in many of the, but in the local news and all they won't be like doing it. Mostly in the national dailies they are, and that is only the people who can afford to read that one, they'll be reading. But the common people, they may not know like whether why this much of price. Even today there is this there is a price hike on this oil. So from 120 it has suddenly like raised to like 190 rupees, right? So it will be like affecting like so many other, like, so likewise only like you have to pick the news it has the human interest, right? So you all have studied like human interest as one of the news value, but in that we'll be like always talking about if someone has done extraordinary, right, some Guinness record, or someone has like done a philanthropic work, or someone has like planted 1000 trees, then only they become like news, right? But we should come out of that, common assumption of like the human interest stories, like each and everything has a human interest value, right? Because it's all like affecting the human beings lives. So that's what like that, then the things which are like affecting the human beings lives and they're like their rights, then we have to cover that one. Then how to identify those things also, right? So these human rights stories are like everywhere, right? But it's always like kind of unnoticed, or like it's not identified by the journalist, right? So like identifying human rights stories also requires journalists to be sensitive and discerning about issues of inequality, unfair practices and unbalances in society. So that's a thing. So how to identify those human rights stories? The one thing is that the newspaper, radios, television and online, so they are like seeing a lot of things, right? So when someone like kind of like it's reported as a small report in a newspaper or in the radio or a television or in like online also, there can be some debate or some hashtag like they started and it's being like trending, then it can also be like made news, or like ideas from experiences, right? So mostly this journalists are also part of that particular community or that particular society, right? They might be so the journalist may be from Guwahati or from Tezpur, right? Or in Mizoram may from Aizawl, so they might know. So from their experiences also they can report, and ideas from observation. So we all usually say that the journalists have the nose for news, so they have to find out like what is news and they have to like report it, right? And I will give you one thing like from experiences also, like one of our scholar, actually she is a journalist with East Moja, okay, Kimi Colony, and she used to write very beautiful stories. And there was like one story about this potholes in the roads, okay? So it's a normal issue, and we all know that in India we have to search roads in many places, right? And it's all like only in the potholes there will be like small patches of like road, right? So it's the same like in Mizoram also. And what happened that one of her friend like fell down, and then she injured her like like knee, and then she has to like undergo like rest for like 1 month and all. Then it has like, okay, like let me like write it as a news. And then before that also 1 or 2 person like has lost their lives in that one. So when we talk about this what you call magnitude, so in Indian newspapers they say that if and only 20 people are dying or 30 people are dying, then it's a huge, it is considered as a news. But here, even though like 1 or 2% have died and others have got injured, but she chose that, okay, let it be a news, right? And then she wrote in that one. So what did this, she started with that the person who got killed in that pothole, right? So she started with like how her brother, like she told the story behind that person, like through his mother and brother and his family, right? And later on she also like took bites from the other people, right? So it's a very small news, like it doesn't have that much magnitude or novelty, right? And not like prominence, nothing was there, but still it has like become a news because it has that human rights angle or like human interest angle, okay? So that one, so it can also be like from your observation also you can do, and ideas from interaction with others. So journalists are also like kind of interact with so many people, right? They'll be like kind of interacting with this fellow journalists and like NGOs, and then this government officials, and then common people, like so many things they will be discussing. So even from the interaction with others also they can like come out as a news, right? And conference, workshops and seminar, like mostly this conference, workshop, seminar, even the conference is like in Mizoram, actually I think in this their local this Frontier Dispatch, it's a bilingual weekly magazine. In that they have like reported about like one research article from Mizoram University. It is about school education and how the children are affected by this, irregularity of the appointment of like teachers and all, right? So it has they have like taken that report and then they have like made it as a news. So sometimes like even this conference, workshops and seminar also, like sometimes this NGOs organize, right? So some UNICEF organize, and then this what you call like this state AIDS control society, they organize a conference. Yeah, no problem. So this AIDS control society, they are like organizing some workshop and all. So these journalists, they all usually like go and attend. So from that also they can get like lots of ideas and then they can make it as a news. Okay, shall we continue? Yeah. So the thing is that like then press release and statements by these NGOs also, that also a kind of this one. So from that, but the problem with our journalists is that they will just report only about that press release, and then they will just make it as a one column story. But from that the press release also they can like kind of do a investigative report or something else, and then they can do a detailed reporting also, right? So that can also like happen. And tips from sources, so the news sources also plays a major role. They people like this human rights organization, then human rights activists, this police officials, the government officials, like who are like who they are like interacting, from them also they can take. And again another one thing is this calendar, like every year there will be this day like UN Human Rights Day or like Women's Day or certain things. So for example, if Women's Day is there, just not that like the reporter will be like reporting it as okay, International Women's Day was like celebrated happily like across the country, and like they were like organizing so many. It's not that one. So they can also bring in that like what kind of like gender equality is there in that like society, right? So what are the challenges that women are facing in that particular, so from any angle or from the theme of that year also they can write a detailed like report. Okay, so that's one. And that the what are the other like human rights issues that make news is like police brutality, gender based violence, child abuse, insecurity. And then courts are also like very important beat. Okay, but we normally like don't discuss about like the courts. Actually the court beat, I don't know about here, but in Tamil Nadu and all, it's like very considered as a very important beat. So because like court is there like where they are like seeing like so many or like court cases, right? And then like judgments, and then like a lot of this people like coming and filing like many cases and all. So you will like find like what is wrong in that particular state or in that society, right? So from that also like you can like get a lot of like inputs about like this how to report like, or like what to report. Like you can get those news from there also. And election fraud and violence, and refugees and internally displaced persons. In northeast we have this one, right? So in Mizoram we have this Myanmar refugees, and then like Manipur, this internally dispersed persons are there, and people living with disabilities, and war and conflict. So all this like issues like makes the news, right? So this one, so you can say that okay, what is the point of reporting this one, whether this reporting has any impact, right? So recently there was one case, I think you must have like read about that one, about the caste based segregations and caste based works allotment in Indian prisons, right? So prison in India comes under the state, right? So each state has its like own court, this one like the code book, and from that only manual for that particular court, right? So what they do is that they were still following the colonial rules, right? So most of this, so this reporter called this Shukanya Shanta, she is with Wire, and what she did is in 2020 she started like she wrote a 5-part series of like news based on this inhuman treatment of prisoners and caste basis and how it's like operating, right? So she reported that one. The first story is about Rajasthan. So in Rajasthan actually one Bihari guy, he got he committed some crime or something else, and then they put him in the Rajasthan jail, and when he was like taken as a prisoner, like they asked him like what's your caste, and he said his caste, and that caste comes under the scheduled caste category in Rajasthan. So what they did is they made him like clean the toilets and everything, right? So from that she did a kind of investigative report, and then she started with that article, and then that this is the thing, from segregation to labor, Manu's caste law governs the Indian prison system. So that was the first news like she did it, right? So she has like done a kind of and even about like Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu particularly, in Palayam Kotai prison, there the prisoners are segregated based on the caste. So if someone is Dalit, they'll be like put in a different cells, and like this OBC caste, they'll be like put in there based on their caste. Okay, so there was this one. Then she also like reported about that one, likewise she reported. And then what happened, the Rajasthan news which she published, it has a huge reach, and then the High Court of Rajasthan took that news as a suo motu, that is like based on the newspaper, this Wire reporting only, they took up that news, and then they said that like now the manual has to be changed because it's very colonial and it's like against the constitutional values, right? Because Indian constitution, as per Indian constitution, everyone is equal before the law, right? So they cannot be like segregated based on the caste, right? So then like there was this impact, like seeing the report, and it was like it's a very nice investigative report and it's very detailed report. And then in Rajasthan manual it got like they changed that one, but that was only one incident, and other states they didn't care about that one. So she did that one in 2020 and she waited till 2022, but she was still collecting information regarding those things and everything. So she like after like 2 years she thought that like I thought that like Rajasthan court, like all the other courts will be taking it as a suo motu, but nothing is happening, so there is not much change. So what she can do, then what she did is like she tried to talk with her like lawyer. I think she is like Diksha Wangde, I guess Vadekar or Wangde, so Maharashtrian. So she said like okay, let's file a case, and then she was like looking for some person to be like involved that one, but no one was like ready to be like as a petitioner. So the journalist herself like became an activist and she became the petitioner for that particular case, and then they filed it in the Supreme Court, and then for that only the judgment came that they say that it's the caste based division of labor in prison is unconstitutional. Okay, so that one, so you can see that we are thinking that okay, there won't be any impact, like who will like read those news also, right? But there is some kind of like impact, right? So and sometimes like journalists also becoming like activists, and then they are like trying to bring out that one. So that is the thing, because like prisons or like kind of even like we communication people, like we don't have much idea about like prisons and all, right? So I met one guy whose research is about the illicit media behavior of prisoners in Lebanon. Okay, so how this prisoners in Lebanon, particularly like 2 jails, they were kind of smuggling this mobile phones, and then they are using that mobile phone, and then they are kind of joining in TikTok, and then they are like trying to come up with their grievances, like what's wrong in their like prison, like how the, and it was also during this COVID and all, so how it was, the prisoners are like getting affected and people are dying and all those things. Okay, so his whole research is about, but I think in India, like I don't think like any of us are doing, even like library since people are doing certain research about how prisoners are being with books and the reading, it helps them in like surviving those this thing. So that is also one like important like topic only. So here I have given this there is also a very short film, like the interaction with the journalist. It's for 20 minutes, maybe like after the thing you can watch that one. So this is the quote of her, like, so in journalism school we are told that we are journalists, not activists, right? And that's something we try to keep as it is. We don't want to become one, but we do want our stories to have a certain kind of impact. Otherwise, how does it matter if somebody is reading and like forgetting about it, especially human rights? Prisons are not a space that get extensively covered. It's difficult because we don't have access to prisons nor the wherewithal to do such stories. So it was her like this one. So, and again the problem is that if this one though like it's not affecting any political agenda or anything else, so she has don't have any problem, right? But there are like journalists who are like facing prosecution for reporting human rights violations. For example, there is this one reporter called Siddiq Kapan, who was booked under UAPA when he was trying to go to Hathras to report a Dalit girl, like rape and murder, right? So he was like stopped, and then he has to like fight a long, even now, like although he came out of like bail, but still he is like fighting his case. So it's a long case, right? So in India or like anywhere else, like whoever like reporting about human rights stories is also like not safe. That's what like around the world they are saying that journalism is not a crime, right? And then they are like trying to do their job, right? But the governments, they don't want them to do so. Even during this Israel-Palestine conflict, like Al Jazeera journalists, many of them have killed, I think, during this genocide, like I think more than 40 journalists have been killed, okay, and they are targeted and then killed. I saw one girl like wearing that t-shirt with press. I asked like, are you from press, why you are wearing it? She said that I am wearing this t-shirt in solidarity with the journalist who got like killed in this the Israel Palestine like war. So that's a problem. So like even like they are not also safe. When we talk about like human rights, we are also talking about like how the journalist has to report about the human rights. But do the journalists have that kind of human rights? Do they have the freedom of speech and expression? I think you all know about like Indian Constitution, Article 19(1)(a). It says that there is this right to freedom of speech and expression, right? So in Indian Constitution, when Ambedkar was drafting the Constitution, he was very clear that he don't want to give like extra power to the press. So in US we have this full freedom, right? They have this First Amendment saying that the press has the full freedom to report whatever they want to do. But in India, Ambedkar was like bit worried about the commercial and casteist nature of the media. Then he don't want to give like so much power to the media, and then he made that freedom of speech and expression to all the individuals, and that one also will be considered as the freedom of press, right? So like whatever the we are having the freedom, no, that's what the journalists are also having, right? So for them also, if they are like speaking the truth, if they are like trying to highlight the human right violations, they are also like under threat, right? And you also see this every year, this the newspaper without borders, right? They are like all the time like this releasing the reports about the press freedom like across the world. So now in Indian press is also partly free only, it's not like fully free. So there are like certain restrictions. So that's the, so here the journalist not only witness and then they are reporting, but they also have an ethical obligation, right? Because they are having access to so many privileged spaces which we common people we don't know, even though we and journalists are having the same fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression, but journalists are having separate kind of bit, they have this access to privileged spaces. If we want to meet a district commissioner, we won't be allowed, right? But a journalist with the press card, they can get an appointment with the district commissioner and then they can meet, right? So they have that kind of privileges. So the journalist with that privileges, they also have an ethical obligation to report about the human rights issues, not only the violations, right? So that one. And then in when the researchers, as researchers, when we are I think you all have read about this Chomsky's and Herman's work on manufacturing consent, the political economy of the mass media in 1988, right? So this work, although it's got published in 1988, but it is still relevant. So for the media, what is stopping the media from reporting these human rights issues or violations, right? So that's a thing. Why certain issues doesn't take the front page stories when someone's wedding becomes the talk of the year, right? Kind of pre-wedding, post-wedding, and the wedding, it's going on and on for a year, right? 2024 was Ambani's wedding, and then we are all kind of forced. Even when you scroll your Instagram also, it was there, right? Even though you are not following them, right? But it was there everywhere, all the media and all the celebrities, everyone is kind of posting it, and you can't avoid, even though you don't want to consume it, but it is being pushed, right? So that kind of this one. So why it's happening, it has a thing that's what this Chomsky is talking about. What is stopping the media from reporting this human rights violations or human rights journalism? What is stopping them? There are these 5 sources, the 5 filters. The first one is the ownership. Ownership plays a major role, right? But we never talk about that one. Who are the owners? Even in India, who are the owning these newspapers, right? You can see that only the very elite people, they are the owners, right? So they will be this media owners decide. Even in India, when you talk about this media ownership, this Reliance, this having all this how many they are having 18 or 20 channels, I guess. News 18, no? So this channel it's under them only. So most of this, even in US also, when you talk about ownership, only few corporates, they are controlling all the media across, right? So it not only just the print media television, news, this one, radio, then internet, and then also to films and their distribution, theaters, everything. So who is controlling that one? And the second one is the advertisers. So that is very important, who the advertisers. So for example, I will tell you, so in a mall, okay, if worker suicide, or if she is complaining, okay, she is sending a letter to a media house, will it be considered as they will take it up? No, because that mall or that particular company, they may be the major advertiser for that particular newspaper or television, and they don't want to lose their advertising revenue, they will stop. But the newspapers, the television channels particularly, I used to talk with my friends and my juniors who are working in the television channels, they are also using the news as a way of control the advertisers, okay? So if they get one negative news, and then this advertiser was not a kind of taking care of them or giving them proper advertising, what they'll do is they will immediately run it up as a flash news, okay? And then the reporter will be giving a very long commentary on screen or in phono. They'll be keep on talking about for half an hour, and then everyone gets to know about this negative news, right? And immediately that particular advertiser will call up their owner and they'll say, okay, let's solve this one, you please take back the news, I will be kind of giving you this much advertisement to your company, right? So this advertising thing, it's actually controlling the news. Like it's like, that one, if you go and talk to these journalists, you will get to know a lot of things, like how they are also like controlling these advertisers. Okay, so that's a problem, like this money, because everyone like needs money, right? And mostly the newspapers in the northeast, they are not flourishing so much because we don't have that much like trade and commerce also, right? For particularly in Mizoram, we have like 206 newspapers are there, but like only one newspapers is like exceeding like 50,000 circulation of copies. The other newspapers are having only like 10,000, 5,000, 2,000, 3,000 only, right? Why? Because there is not like many commercial enterprises in that area, right? And then they are also only like 10 lakh people, and then the advertisers also don't have like that much stake, because they have like 10 million or like 100 million other, like why they have to like just focus on like just 10 lakh people, right? So that is also one reason like why this human rights news are also not like reported in the media. And the third one is sources, right? The sources, like from whom you are like getting these sources also, like from for example, if there is like two parties are in conflict, and then someone is like violating. For example, I said that the mall owner and that serve the what you call the employee who works in that mall, right? And the employee considers that this mall owner is kind of exploiting her, and then they are not paying anything, and then they are not taking care about their welfare, and her personal life and liberty is being at stake, right? But when it comes to this one, like the newspapers or the journalists, what they do is they always go with the sources or from the elite classes, right? And they will like neglect the people who are in the marginalized, right? So they will never take their voices, right? So that is also one reason that why these human rights stories are not like reported like properly also, right? And again, this flag and ideology, that. So this is the thing. So this one you can see that during this Iraq war, like how this Gulf war, like this US media has like reported widely, and how you can see all these 5 filters like working like effectively. So you can see in 1983 there was this Korean airlines was shot by Soviet. Okay, then that how the US media will be reporting, because for them there is this Cold War was with Soviet Russia, right, at that time. So they were kind of condemning the thing, and they are like kind of saying that how they can do this inhuman thing, all those things, and like all the media were like flashing with this one, right? And again in 1973 there was this one Libyan civilian airline was shot down by Israel, but that one was not considered as a news for them. So that's the problem, like shooting a airlines is inhuman, right? And people are there, and civilians life are under stake, right? But why certain issue is like taking like important, right? It's not that Korean airlines the US is like worried about like Korean people. No, they are like worried only that Russia has like done it, so they have to like flash this one, because Russia is their political enemy, so they are using that one. But when it like Libya happens, for them like Israel is their friend, so they don't want to go against it. So this is the hypocrisy that kind of stopping the media from reporting fairly these human rights issues and the human rights violations, right? And then like throughout the world, it's not only in India, you can see like how much things are like happening in like Africa and like Latin America and Europe and like everywhere, right? But like only like even like this one, like Ethiopia's war on terror in Somalia in 2005, it was not considered as a news for them. But in Zimbabwe, when this Mugabe's high-handed rule was there, then everyone was like trying to report that one, right? So they always like choose which one to report, and then if and only it is kind of aligning with their ideology and it's going to benefit their ideology, then they are like reporting it. Okay, so this is the thing. So and again, when we talk about this human rights violations and everything, like why certain issues are not being like reported, is that it's a kind of distance human suffering. That's what I said. Even though human rights issues are coming under the news value proximity, right? Proximity means very low, very close to us, and it's like in our vicinity, right? But here they are like thinking that it's like it's somewhere it's happening, so it's very distant and it doesn't going to like affect us in any way. So that was the kind of this one. But if the media was like persistently like report certain issues, then it also has a value. For example, when Kosovo was attacked by Serbia, there was this huge media campaign, and media was like reporting like totally like how it was inhuman and it's for dehumanizing like Kosovans and all those things, right? And there was this cry of this human rights violations, then there was a kind of impact on it. Okay, so that's what like that's the thing. So here the even though like Kosovo is in like this Russia, nearby Russia, but still they have considered, even though it's like very distant from them, but they didn't consider as a distant human suffering. They thought that it is like affecting all the humanity. So human rights journalism is about treating all the human beings equally, and it doesn't mean that if and only people are like killed in our like society, killed in our community, killed in our state, we have to worry about. No, like wherever there is a violations of any human beings, then we have to get into action. So that's what this human rights is like talking about the solidarity to all, like to all the humanity. So even if something happened to even a single human being, it is an attack on humanity. So that kind of idea only this human rights approach journalism is keep on talking about it. Okay, so this one also you can say that Judith Miller of this New York Times, she was like complicit in kind of coming up with this propaganda news. Like when we see this news like coverage with the angle of this propaganda model of this Herman and Chomsky, you can see that. So in that only they have like written about it. Yeah, thank you so much. So Judith Miller. So you know that why US attacked Iraq? Because they said that Saddam Hussein is having a mass destruction weapons, like chemical weapons are there, so we have to like kind of find, and then we have to save the world, right? So that was the thing, like they were keep on repeating in the media, and that was the propaganda of the US media. But what happened at the end, they like invaded Iraq and everything happened and Saddam Hussein was hanged, but they couldn't like show even a single evidence of the presence of these weapons of mass destruction, right? So that's a thing. So here they are saying that Judith Miller was like going with the sources, like one of the sources was that the Iraqi dissident politician Ahmed Chalabi, right? So from him only she took all the thing, but even though she didn't quoted him, but like, so if someone is, for example, there is an opposition party and then he or she is having a problem with the existing leadership, then they might have their like own ideas, right? They wanted to like kind of pass it as a news only, right? So she has like chosen that one, she didn't like go with the other sources. So that was like one of the criticism against her. Okay, so that's a thing. So one thing is that we have to accept the responsibility to report all kinds of human rights violation, whether it's being torture, killing, rape or something else, but we have to also talk about the cultural and structural violence. Okay, so all those things like forced migration, forced labor, human trafficking, marginalization and exclusion of minorities, all those things like we have to talk about that one. So Galtung, I think you have like this human rights journalism also has a close kind of link with this peace journalism, right? So peace journalism, like John Galtung also talking about an ABC conflict triangle. So he is talking about like behavior, attitude and contradictions. So behavior or the visible violence, so if someone is attacked, like hit, like beat, like stabbed, that one you can see. But there are like attitude, like there is a kind of why someone is beating someone or why someone is killing someone, no, there is a kind of underlying motive behind that one. So it might be having a kind of religious justification or kind of culturally, like I am like we are like superior to them and they are inferior to us, right? All those like this kind of structural violence, that is the cultural violence, also plays a major role in this one. Okay, and then the contradictions, like so how this military occupation, slavery, apartheid and colonialism, so that's a thing. So for example, if women is being hit, right, so the reporters will be just only reporting that one as that, okay, it's a kind of a domestic violence case was filed against this man for like hitting his wife, right, and then they will just only one column story, and then they will like stop reporting about that one, right. That is the, because there was this behavior, it was very visible, so we are like only reporting about that one. But why that thing happened is that the kind of patriarchy that is there, and then the structurally, like it was like inequality, like how men are being like treated in that particular society, right, all those things are there. But the media will never go in depth, they will just talk about only the behavior, like, and then they will just report as it is, but they will never discuss in detail about like patriarchy or like other things, okay, or like cultural things are also like there, but they won't like talk about that one. So that's what like lot of this human rights violations like still existing, because the media is not like questioning the things like very critically and the structural level, they are just kind of reporting only. So their duty like ends with just reporting, and they are not like kind of analyzing the whole thing, like why it happened and why it should stop. There is no such like deeper explanation, okay. So that's a thing. And then he is talking about like how in societies with conflict, and he is also talking about like the violence, like it doesn't happen like suddenly, there are like certain situations that are like things which are like supporting like that perpetrator to let him like have the courage to do that kind of violation, right. So the problem is that we are only talking about like when the victim comes out and like complain, but we are not talking about why certain people are like engaging in certain violent activities and what is making them to do engage in those kind of like violent activities, we are not discussing in detail. So that's what this Galtoon is talking about. So that's what it's about, like preventive. So how we can like prevent this one even before it get like reported, like even the media shouldn't wait for that a man to like beat a woman, but even before they have to like keep on like report about that one, how gender equality, it's it's very important, gender parity should be there, and there should not be like any discrimination, women should also have the right to life and like everything, right. But we are not discussing, because when you go and see the representation of women in the media, you can see that how they are like how it's like very skewed, and then very what you call very commercial also, like why they are like how they are like representing women also. So all these things are like kind of connected, right, because they are not talking about the larger problem in the society, the larger social structure or the cultural structure, but they are just only like reporting like if something happened, right. So that's what, so media is also kind of incomplicit with this structural violence, okay. So that's a whole thing. Then so like how this sustainable positive peace can be achieved is by ensuring justice for all, because since injustice leads to structural violence, right, in the form of poverty, famine or forced migration, right. So that's a thing. So what he is saying is that for a completely like peaceful society, all these forms of violence must be eliminated, right. How it can be eliminated? If and only we kind of try to eliminate the inequality in the society, then only we can like prevent those violences, right. So that's a thing. So that's what he is talking about it. So again, when we talk about this human rights, there are like three sets of rights, right. The first one is the first generation rights, that is the civil and political rights, only about like right to vote and like this one. And the second generation rights, or this positive economic, social and cultural rights, right. And then the third generation rights, or like this what you call like both of this civil political rights and also economic, social and cultural rights, it all comes under the third generation rights. So here you can see that the civil rights include the right to life, personal liberty, security and integrity, privacy, fair trial and the right to marry. So even in India, do all have the right to marry? You can see there are like lots of these issues of this what you call honor killings. Have you heard about that one, honor killings, right? Tamil Nadu is also one of the state which is like affected by this honor killings, and Punjab, Haryana, and everywhere, right? So the women doesn't have the right to choose their partner to marry, even though it is enshrined in the this one, what you call, human rights, and also like in the constitution, but still they don't have the right, right? Why they are not allowed to marry whom they want to do it? Because there is a caste system is there, and also caste patriarchy is also like functioning, right? So if until unless, and again the whole endogamy is the essence of this caste system, right? So if and only you marry within your own caste, that caste system like goes on, right? So that is the major like element of this caste system to thrive. So that's what they oppose. If someone like try to resist that one and to come out of that endogamy, right, then it becomes a huge issue for that particular family or something else, right? So that's what they are calling it as like honor killings, but in Tamil Nadu they call it like dishonor killings. Like what kind of honor is that they are keeping in the wombs of women? Like why they have to control like women, no? So they are like kind of focusing on that one. And then when we talk about this political, this economic, the political rights and the freedoms, the right to vote and the right to participate in the conduct of public affairs, and the right to freedom of speech and expression, assembly and association, that all comes under this first generation rights, okay? And I think even recently you would have seen that Samsung workers in Chennai, they were like protesting. They were on a, I think more than 2 or 3 weeks of strike for letting them to make an association, okay? They want to form an workers association, but the Samsung company was not letting them to form the association. So they were on a month-long protest, and then at last they have like won that one also, because that is also considered as one of the if and only they have an association, then they can fight for their rights, right, then collectively. So that's what they want that one. So for that, so it also comes under this first generation rights. And the second generation rights, the economic rights, the right to work, the right to just, safe and healthy working conditions, the right to form and join trade unions, and the right to strike also. And then the social rights coming under this right to health, social security, and even like including food, clothing and housing. And the cultural rights, such as the right to education, to participation in cultural life, and to self-determination, this all comes under this, okay? So when we talk about like human rights journalism, the journalism has to focus on this civil rights, political rights, economic, social and cultural rights, right? So we have to be like aware of those things, then only we can. There is actually a beautiful paper from West Papua Guinea. I think you all know like Papua Guinea is part of this Indonesia, and they were kind of resisting the what you call the discrimination by this Indonesian government, and how they are trying to control their thing. So there the journalists in West Papua Guinea, they were like keep on reporting about this human rights violations in their like region, right? But for that the journalists are like well aware about their human rights and what it's like allowed in this UNDHR, this United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, right? And if and only the journalists are well aware about that human rights, then they can like report about that also, right? So that is the thing. So again the another one thing is the underlying principle of human right is universality. Everyone is entitled to protection of life and freedom from abuse, regardless of ethnic origin, religion or gender. And then as I said that free speech and human rights, like even the journalist also should have the freedom of speech and expression, so that they can also like actively contribute to the democracy, right? And that the all parties should like allow the journalists to work freely in conflict zones also, right? I think you all know Rana Ayub, right? Even she has like written on her Instagram yesterday that when she came to Manipur, when she tried to do the reporting, she was like kind of stopped everywhere, and like every time people were like following her, the police and like army and everyone, and they are not letting her to collect this one. So when we talk about like freedom of express, it's also about the freedom to collect news, right, and then to write it and then to publish it, right, and then to disseminate it also. But here, like, there are like certain situation where the journalists are being continuously like repressed, and then their freedom of speech and then their freedom of movement is also like restricted, right. So sometimes, like, I like actually my whole research is about how this Dalit issues are being represented in the media. So in Tamil Nadu, there was this one incident happened that Dalit group, they were like celebrating their social leaders like birthday, and there were like huge number of people were like participating in that thing, and there was this violence happened, and then there was this conflict between this the followers and then the police, and then there was this shooting was there, and then people got killed, okay. But when the journalists, they wanted to go to the spot, the police is sealing the thing and they are not letting them to go inside, and they said that we will give you the press release and then we will give you the information, you report from that one. But if the journalist is not allowed to go to the spot and then to talk to the people there, and how they can like report it properly, right? Because if they are getting the press release from the police and FIR report from the police, it is from their own perspective, right? And we don't get the other perspective of the people like who got killed or their families, and then the other people are the people who they like they witness the thing, right? So those things, like the journalists are also restricted not to go there. So how they can like report it properly? So this is also one reason when something happened, the journalist, it's not that we are all the time blaming the journalist, right? You guys are not doing your work properly, you are very commercialized, all those things. But there are also the environment is also not conducive for them to go freely and then to report it, right? So that is also one reason. And then this Galtung has proposed and coined the peace journalism as an alternative, and it's also kind of very much relevant or similar to this human rights journalism only. So a journalism that is not only about reporting the facts, right, but also asking questions about these reasons for these acts, like why it happened, so how it can be prevented or managed with the minimum suffering from the people. So that's what like they have conceptualized as human rights journalism, a journalism with a human face, a journalism that cares for the people, one that prioritizes them over capitalism and above all over the whims and caprices of political demagogues, right? So you can see that how the journalists can use their much privileged access to news media sources and their professional ability to communicate, not only to report events as they happen, but also to deconstruct the news and add in more depth, okay. So that is the, so when we talk about this journalism with a human touch, so how it, like nowadays whenever we are seeing any news, we are feeling numbness, right? Even when we say that okay, this many people got killed in this war, this many people are like affected, this many people are in this this camps and all, but we are never affected by that one, because too much of these things are also coming because we are all seeing those people in numbers. That's what like the people nowadays, they are saying that I am not a number. I think Virginia Kaka also write one like poem on that one, like I am not a number, right? I cannot be reduced to numbers. I have a life, I have my story, like I have a history, I have a like culture. So you cannot just kind of make me as a number, right? Restrict me as a number. So that's what like human rights journalism is also talking about, journalism with human touch. So how it can also like effectively like resist this compassion fatigue, right? And then like it also let us have some kind of empathy. So whoever reads that news, they will feel empathy. So recently there was this one what you call a cyclone was there, and Mizoram was like badly affected, and then one family like deeply affected, okay. The all the family members, they died in that landslide, okay. And then this Kimi colony for East Mojo, she reported that story. So what she did is like all the members like in that family, like 5 or 6 were like killed in that one. So like she started like speaking about like each and every one, like how like one is like very much interested in reading and how she always like collected books likewise, okay. So she like gone behind that story, like not just report about 6 people got killed and then this was this worst landslide in Mizoram, like after this many years, all those things, but she also gone in depth that talking about their stories. Okay, so that's what, like the right, when we talk about like journalism, like we have to go with that human touch. We have to show the readers that there is a human being and they also had like lot of dreams and aspiration, everything, but they got killed, right? So that thing only we have to like come out of that one. Okay, and then like again there is this huge discussion about whether to be objective or not, right? So but nowadays there is a thing like from wherever, actually like most of my talk was based on this one book by Selvanathan on human rights journalism, and he has like written based on this genocide that happened in Sri Lanka. You all know the civil war that happened in 2010, right? So he has like based most of his work based on that one. So what he's saying is that it doesn't mean to be like you have to be like objective. What happened is that when the reporters are like only reporting as subjective, okay, they'll go and then they will talk to both sides and then they will just report it. So some conflict happen, so police force says this and this people are saying this one and this one, so we are just only like establishing we reporting the facts, but we are not going in depth because we wanted to be like very objective, that I don't have any connection with this story, like whatever happened I just go as a professional, I saw and then I talked to people and then I got the facts and then I have reported it. But this kind of reporting, it's not going to solve like any violence, or it's not going to stop any violence, right? And it's also like not a way for this peace journalism also, or like it's not even like human rights approach also, right? So that's what, so the journalist has a clear value of humanitarianism, truth, and then like holism also, right? And they have to be like proactive. They should not be like reacting to that incident, but they have to kind of proactive, right? So their orientation has to be on the peace rather than war, on truth rather than propaganda, on people rather than elite, on solution and transformation rather than victory. So that should be the focus. So when we talk about like human rights journalism, it must be informed by the values of human rights with the cosmopolitan context of global justice, and not by the manipulation of political or economic interest, right? So here the journalist mission is to inform without reservation. Okay, they shouldn't self-censor. Like most of the times what happen is that the journalist or like self-censoring. They were like, if I report this one, I may be kind of disturbed, or my family will be like affected, or people may not like this one, or like later on the government sources may not give me news, right? So in that way they are kind of like doing a self-censorship. Okay, so that kind of self-censorship also, it's very harmful, right? Because the journalists, they know the reality, the truth, and if they are not reporting about that one, and how the whole world will know about that one, right? So the journalism with a human touch means writing about people behind the story and the story behind the people. So that is very much important. I think there was this one video was very viral during this Lebanon attack. One small Lebanese girl who was with her hairdresser, and then the hairdresser was like trying to cut her hair. I think you must have like seen, or if you don't see, you go and check it out, that one. So it was very nice, like how the kid was like trying to be like, she was like very afraid to have a haircut, but the hairdresser was very funny and he is making her like laugh, and then he is like transforming her into a with a new haircut. Okay, so that was very, they were saying that like there were like so many people died, and that girl was also died in that particular like attack, right? So they are like trying to bring out this girl and then the hairdresser also, like how they were like human beings, and how they were also with like flesh and blood, right? And they were there still yesterday, and today they were not there. So how much they have this dreams and aspirations were there, and everything has gone because of this like war. So it has to be like stopped. So that's the thing. So if something happened, it doesn't mean that you have to just report this many people died, but the journalist has to bring about like what is the story behind who has died, right? And like behind that story also, that is very important. And we, that's what, like when we talk about like certain things, they are saying that they are like dehumanizing the people, right? They're dehumanizing the people who, the victims, right? So dehumanizing is that we are restricting them into numbers and we are not seeing them as a human being, we are just seeing as a kind of statistics, right? So that one we have to come out of that one. So we have to have a concern for human dignity, right? So the for the journalism to be human right based, it must be based on the holistic human rights approach, informed by first generation right, that is the civil and political, and the second generation right, economic, social and cultural, and both inspired by the covenants of twin 1966 United Nations Charter. So that has to be there. And again, when we talk about this one, it has to be preventive rather than reactive, right? And then, because most of the time we are only most worried about the first generation rights, but the second generation right, that is the economic, social and cultural rights, we are not talking about the migrant workers or the construction workers, right? Or the education also, we are like not taking much, because education and all, if and only there is a school result or something else, higher secondary result, then there will be like more space for that one. Otherwise we are not talking about like how the schools are functioning and all, right? So all those things. And then, so it is better to prevent the escalation of violence than to try to stop it, right? So that is one thing. And then another one thing is that this one, like Amartya Sen has talked about that one. So in India, like many famines have been stopped only because of a free and fair media, because they were like keep on reporting about that one, right? So that's what, like, you know, the country has like avoided like major famines. So when we talk about this human rights journalism, it's also a kind of like diagnostic style of like, it's already 1 hour. Okay, like I'll finish it, only 1 or 2 slides. I'll finish this one now. It's about to be like over. So yeah. So here you see that human rights journalist cannot just choose the news story. He must choose a news source in accordance with the direction of the news to be written, and he must reject news sources that mislead the audience understanding of human rights violations, right? So that is also like, even though he is forced to choose a source of news that is credible but misleading, he must have the courage to include sources that can provide a true picture of reality. This one often happen, okay, because in India, whenever certain crime or like this thing happen, no, they will always go with the police first information report, right? So whenever they are going with the first information report, sometimes it's all with the bias of this, you know, system also, right? So if they are forced to do it, the journalists, they have to like report from the first information report. So most of the time they are also like not inclusive of the other news sources. So what they can do is, it's okay, you better go with the FIR, but again you also talk to the other news sources, like the people who are there and who are affected and who are having a different view about that one, a human rights activist or like someone else, you can bring in those and then try to put forward their views also. You have to be inclusive of that one, then only like you can give an holistic view about that particular news, okay? And then they also need to respect the information the audience has. So the journalists, sometimes they no need to be like very creative, they no need to like add anything, but if they go to the field and then if they like try to talk to the people and then get the information itself, it's more than enough to report this human rights violations, okay? And then it's again like it has to be like solution rather than the victory oriented, truth rather than propaganda, people rather than elite, and win-win rather than win-lose, this one, okay? So when I talk about this objectivity and impartiality, right? So many people, many journalists, they are talking about it's a lazy journalism when you say like objectivity, right? So you cannot be like very objective, because we are all human beings and you are also dealing a human being issue. So whenever like there are like conflict with two sides or like any issue like happen, you have to like, you know, kind of try to bring out the truth, right, instead of trying to be like impartial and objective. Okay, so that's what like again and again they are saying. So because why they are saying is that even like the journalists are also like kind of making decisions, right? Because whom to take the bites and like what to write and what not to write, so they are also making a kind of decisions, so they cannot be objective, right? So we are all human beings and we are all with our like own bias and prejudice and everything, and there are also certain bias that comes up with our social and cultural upbringing, right? And so many other things are there. So anyway, even though you say it's objective reporting, it's not objective in any way, because it's all like kind of influenced by so many other factors like socializing factors and all. So that's what like a journalist cannot be like truly objective, right? So that's what like anyway they can't be like objective, so they have to be like go with the truth, they have to side with the truth, they have to like try to see who is being affected the most, and you have to stand with them. So that was their stand. Okay, so objectivity is a search for the truth, it's a process. So search for objectivity would make us search for truth. I think this is the end. So any questions? Any questions from the first row? You guys were listening, at least trying to listen. Any questions? No, nah. But anyway, it makes sense, right? You can link that human rights approach with the peace journalism, and then about like objectivity and about like the role of the journalist. So that's what like we are like keep on discussing for a week. But anyway, I'll try to share the materials also. You can go and like read, and then like you will get like more understanding about this one. And I will also share the link for that the 20 minutes like a long kind of documentary by this about that lady, who the journalist who reported that caste-based segregations in the prison, and how it was like become a law now, right? So that one like I will like share it, you can like watch that one, it was a very interesting like documentary. Okay, yeah, thank you. So we were like discussing about this human rights journalism and also how it's like very related to this peace journalism, right? So now like we are also going to talk about this development journalism. It is also a kind of human rights journalism also, like kind of peace journalism also. These are all like kind of related terms, okay? So I think you all have an idea about like communication for development, right? So you must have studied in your this one paper, and I think your department also you are doing a lot about this development communication and communication for development, right? So today like let's discuss about that, how this journalism for development cause and how it can be like be like more relevant for the context of like countries like India, right? So when we talk about this communication for development, right, so you all have that one, like how this communication for development idea is a export of US, right? We have like imported this idea from US only, right? So you all know that in media theories everything like has like evolved and emerged during the First World War and the Second World War, right? So this historical points like help in shaping this communication discipline as a whole, like communication research also. Most of the theories we are studying now has like from this First World War and Second World War, right? So this, when the Second World War like happened, then this US has a lot of this chemical weapons and everything, right? And they don't know like what to do with those chemicals and everything, right? So they need to find a way how to sell those things, right? So the way they found is that communication for development, right? So after this you can see that after the Second World War, and when this many countries or like kind of got freedom from this colonial masters, right, from France, from Britain, and like from everywhere, right? And then they started having their own national governments, right? And then they started like working on their development, right? So that time, that was the perfect time when this US exported this idea of communication for development, that is this modernization. And you can see that innovation of diffusion, right, and magic multipliers, right, all this concept. So what that concept has to do with these things, right? And you know that then they said that when they are like introducing their chemical fertilizers and chemical insecticides and pesticides, these people are like kind of, they are not used to it. They are with their what you call like organic farming, right? They are like using their organic fertilizers, organic pesticides, and then they are doing it, right? Then they were kind of convincing these people that you better use these chemicals and like fertilizers and pesticides which we are giving you, and you also go for the seeds which we are giving you, right? And then you know that how in Philippines this rice seeds they have like made, and then we also imported that one. We have this rice called like IR8 and all. So those varieties and all being like developed from Philippines, and then we got it, okay? So this huge thing was coming, and then they said that the bottleneck for this westernization or this modernization is their culture. So that's what you could see in the modernization and everything, that their culture is the bottleneck. These people are like not ready to accept our culture because their culture is stopping them from modernization. And you can see this Daniel Lerner, he got a huge project from US, right, like the government, and then he was like doing his what you call like what was his theory, that book, Daniel Lerner, can anyone say? I forgot that one. Daniel Lerner, just Google it, like his work. He was like doing his research in Turkey and in the Middle East, and then he said that why these people are not going for this American consumer products, and why they are like against this modernization and all, okay? So whole this thing like happened, and then Philippines also this thing is happening, okay? So there is this idea for development, and then this as I said that like agriculture also like being like modernized, and they are like kind of started having their like seeds, right? And then we are also like importing that one. All these things happen. So that was the time when this idea for communication for development or development journalism were also like infused with it. They said that okay, so if you want to like develop, right, and you want to communicate to the people, and you have to communicate and you have to convince the people that we are like have to be like ready, or we have to brace up for this development, right? So you have to be with us. So for that we can use this media as a magic multiplier, right? and then this whole idea of this public broadcasting, right? So in India we have this public broadcasting service, right? All India Radio and Doordarshan. Likewise, the same for this Singapore, same for Philippines, like everywhere, like Sri Lanka and everywhere. All these new nations, they are all like having their this public service broadcasting and everything. They said that this is for the national cause, right? So the national cause, and they are for the development. So if you want to like support development, you have to support the government policies, and you should not like kind of criticize it. Then this idea of like, you know, this authoritarianism in Singapore and all, it's a kind of very like authoritarian government, okay? Because you cannot like say anything against the government, then you will be like under trouble. So the journalists also kind of trying to be the propaganda machine of the governments, and they are like reporting it, okay? So that was the thing. But now the development journalism has like kind of evolved in like in various ways, and we are talking about now community media, that people have to be like participatory, right? And you all know about Paulo Ferreira, so how he was like talking about this participatory thing, right? So how the people should be like, they should know like it should come from the people, like what they are like wanting and like what they wish, so they have to like work for it, right? So that is the thing. So we can like see those historical things, so how in Philippines this development journalism started. And we will also see this important work by Abhijit Banerjee. Have you heard about him? He is also a Nobel Prize winner, and he got his thing for his randomized control trial. So he did wide research in India, Indonesia, and like all other like Southeast Asian countries, and he come up with his book called Poor Economics. It's a very interesting book, okay? So there how like a simple information can save lives. So here we will like, even though development journalism is like very long, we will just focus on the health and how this information from the journalist can save lives also, we can see, okay? And at the end, like we can see that how this journalists who are like working with this policy documents have to like read those documents, and how they have to make it as a news. So this is the 3 part of this lecture, okay? So I'll try to like be very quick, so you can understand what I'm saying, right? You can follow it, no? So the development journalism, you can see the first came to use in 1968 in Philippines, right? So it is like talking about that it also like not about the problem but also the solution, to punch that hole in the circle. And it's also talking about the humanizing nature of the journalism. So it has to put human beings first and their like development, right? So and in Philippines, actually with the support of this Press Foundation for Asia, they have like started one this one news agency called Depth News. What is the Depth News? It is short for Development, Economics and Population Themes, okay? To shift the focus of reporting away from specific events to development stories, right? Which has like largely ignored by Western news agency at that time. So that was the time when this Asian countries also come up with their non-aligned movement, and they are also talking about decolonizing and de-westernization, because these are the countries, they are mostly affected by the colonialism, right? So British and Dutch and like French and everyone, right? So they are the one like voicing out. So that was the time they were like more conscious about the efforts, and then they started this news agency called Depth News, and through that they started like sending the reporters the news regarding this development, okay? So the idea is that sensitize reporters to the process of development, and then send them to the field to chronicle economic and social challenges and changes then sweeping Asia. So what they is that they will be sending the news through this Depth News, right? And when they get the news, they will like read, and then they want to report it. So they go to the field, and they will see the changes and the challenges that are like happening in respect to this development. Here the development they are talking about is the economic development, okay? They are not talking about any other development, just they are focusing on the economic development. So that was the time when we are also like undergoing a lot of changes, okay, across Asia. So here also you can see the development journalism has been defined as a type of reporting and write on topics related to the process of economic development, right? So and again this Nora Cubrel, the Filipino communication scholar, he is like talking about the art and science of human communication applied to the speedy transformation of a country and the mass of its people from poverty to a dynamic state of economic growth that makes possible greater social equality and the larger fulfillment of the human potential. Here you see the human communication. He is also emphasizing the role of the human rights approach and also human interest stories, and they are also talking about like humanizing the news. So here they are like kind of saying that how the country is being like transformed when this development process is like going on, right, and how the people can be benefit out of this development projects and policies, right, and how it can also lead to greater social equality, right. So that was the thing. And like even in India we have this green revolution, blue revolution, right, white revolution and all, right. You all know like how this MS Swaminathan who come up with this green revolution, and that was the time when India was like struggling a lot. That even during the colonial period there was this Bengal famine. It was like man-made famine only, right, because they are like taking away all the resources, and then they are not letting the farmers to cultivate what they want to do, and they are like imposing this what you call this crops which are meant for this commercial crops and all like these things, right. So it's like kind of a lot of things are happening, and it was a man-made and it's a colonial made like hunger, right. So people were struggling, and even during the Second World War also that in India people were like struggling because they are like sending all those rice and everything to the soldiers, right, and then the people are suffering. So that was the period they even introduced this suji, suji, the rava. It was introduced during, it's actually a war food introduced by the British to kind of control the hunger, and they can't like supply rice during that period because they are exporting for the soldiers who are like fighting in the Second World War. So they introduced this rava, and then they encouraged people to buy that one, and now it has become a staple of everyone, right. You can see all the cuisines, like even in Tamil Nadu or in North India or in Northeast, like wherever you go you can see the suji. Okay, it's a kind of imposed on us like colonial food only, right. So likewise this green revolution also, that time why they have envisioned that one, even though there is a huge criticism against that one, that it has like stopped this organic farming, and then we went with this what you call this chemicals and fertilizers and insecticides, and it has a huge impact on our environment and everything. But now we can like criticize it, but that time it was the thing like solving like people's hunger and everything, and we are preventing famines. So that was the period, right. So that one we have to like see. And if the famine is not controlled, how it will happen? There is that huge example of Mizoram. In Mizoram that there this bamboo famine happens like every 40 years. So when the bamboo, one variety of bamboo, when it like flowers, what will happen is that more rat population will increase, and because of that like the rats, if there is a huge rat like kind of Pied Piper, there is even a book by Sajal North, Pied Pipers of like Northeast India. So you see like that kind of like rats in like Mizoram, and then they are corrupting, like they are like eating away everything, and people are like left with nothing, right. There is a kind of like, so in 1956 this Mizo people, that time they were part of this Assam government, they were a hill district, right, Rusha hill district, and then they were like saying that okay, we are like kind of predicting a bamboo famine, this is going to happen, so you have to like take care of it. Then that time actually they rejected that thing. They said that it's like very unscientific, how come you can like predict a famine, and then this one, it's like very ridiculous, and then they rejected it. And you can see this Times of India and others like in those days how they have reported that one. And later on what happened, that people like suffered and everything, and because of that during that period Mizo National Famine Front started, and later on it has become a group like Mizo resistance group, and then they started fighting against the government and everything, and 20 years of insurgency and like lot of things happened. Okay, so you can see that if something is not prevented in the beginning, when people are saying like famine is going to happen, and if the media has listened to it and they have like reported it, it would have, because Amartya Sen has also, I have like shown that quote in the previous lecture, right. So how in India like many of the famines has been like stopped because of the free and fair election, but famines has been stopped everywhere else, but in the Northeast was it like stopped or not? Because Northeast was never, even now like you cannot find the fair representation of Northeast in news in the mainstream media and other parts of like India, right. So that's the thing. So that's what we are saying, that why certain issues to be like reported, why, so that they can prevent a lot of things, right. Because of that, if they are predicting and they are saying at the time itself, if the media and the government and everyone has worked together, and if they have stopped it, we won't be having that, kind of a very like 20 years of like, struggle by the people and everyone, and even now it's a kind of huge scare, right, the minds of people, right? So that's the thing. So that's what we say, that the power of media is something great. They have that privileged power, right? So that's what we think. So this development journalism is also like kind of break away from the Western journalism, questioning the conventional news values and the objectivity, detachment, and lack of purposiveness that characterize a largely event-driven reporting. Okay, so even you can see that development journalism is also a kind of de-westernizing concept, because in US you cannot find this kind of stories, because like Western media, when we talk about, we are talking about US media. Why we are not talking about European media? Because US media is very highly influential. They are like setting the propaganda and they are setting the agenda what others have to take, right? So even only New York Times and like the CNN and like other news channels like take up certain issues, or even like UK also, like BBC reports only, then we say that okay, this has a national importance or a international importance, otherwise it doesn't like get reported, right? So that's what, like, so development journalism itself a kind of de-westernizing and kind of theory for, or a concept that has emerged from the global south, okay, that is from Asia and Africa and Latin American countries, right? So that's the thing. So here you can see that how these originators of development journalism, they have like kind of utilized it as a tool of authoritarianism. For example, in Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos; in Indonesia, Suharto; and Malaysia, Mahathir Mohamad; and Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew. They all like cherry pick the components of this development journalism and justify the control of the media. You know that even in India, that internal emergency, remember, like during this Indira Gandhi's period, like it was the worst period, right? People like the media doesn't have any freedom, and then they have muscled the freedom of press and everything, right? So it was, and that was the time. You should also remember that Indira Gandhi was coming up with their SITE, right? Satellite Instructional Television Experiment, right? It's also a development journalism, right? They were like trying to take development news to the farmers and the public and then the common people there, right? So that's the thing. So you can see that how it was also kind of controlled. During emergency, when this opposition parties were announced a mass procession, like protest, what she did, she made like she broadcasted Bobby film at that time in the Doordarshan. That time Bobby was very popular, right? And she used that particular, like, she wants the people to be away from that procession, or to away to think from that one. So she just diverted the whole public by broadcasting the film like Bobby in her like Doordarshan. Okay, so even though Doordarshan is part of like government, but it has become the tool of that particular government, right? So that's a thing, like how this development journalism has a huge vision, and then they started these things, but this public broadcasting services has become the tools of this government propaganda and like kind of extension of them. And these journalists, they have become a government officers, right? Like in Doordarshan and All Radio, how they usually like they must have like all this up to date like technology and everything, but they won't like dare to do like much. Whatever the minimum, they will do that one, because they are government servant, right? Like 9 to 5 job, they'll come and they'll do. But the other journalists, when you see like how they'll be like roaming around without like any proper salary and welfare and nothing, right? So that's the difference. So it's not only the story of India, it is the story of the whole Asian countries, okay, how they have utilized this one. So that's what. So how they were also kind of coming up with this Asian values rhetoric, that is family over self and community over the individual and consensus over confrontation, right? So even in India, they say that the history of press in India, when you say that there is this colonial period, because it all started with colonials, right? When the missionaries came, they brought the printing machines, and then they started printing Bibles and everything, and then even the first newspaper was started by a colonial, right? James Augustus Hickey, right? So Bengal Gazette, it was started by him, right? Then later on only the other people have like used. So here we can see during the colonial period how they have used this print for this nationalism and also for the freedom struggle, and how they were like using it as an effective tool. And then when we are getting this independence, then this new government is like formed. Then the press took a stand that okay, this is our government and we have to support our government, right? And then they were like kind of like whatever the policies like introduced by the government, they were just silent witness, and then they were like kind of making it as a point that we will like only report about the government and we won't like report anything negative, right? So people were not like into that much, because if there is very only the propaganda news, people won't have the urge to read the newspaper also, right? Then this emergency happened, and then this lot of pressure on the media, and people also wanted to know what's happening in the country, because this radio and Doordarshan, it's with the government, so there is no way they can get the news, so they have to depend on the local newspapers. So that was the period. Even this Indian national language newspapers, you could have read that this what's his name here, Robin Jeffrey's book, you must have like read. It's a book about like India's newspaper revolution. It is talking about how this emergency has like kind of, even there is one chapter on Assam press also. In the northeast he has like reported only about this Assam press. It's a very important book we have to read, how this Indian language newspapers, because before that it was only English, right? And people were reading that only elites. But this time when this happened, everyone wanted to know about it, and they want to, so after that only this growth was there. So we can see that there is this colonial period and post-colonial also, like before emergency and after emergency, and again like LPG, the liberalization, privatization and globalization that hit in 1990s, and after that how it has changed. Okay, so here also you can see the growth of this development journalism and the need for the development journalism, right? So that's what in the post-colonial period we are like kind of focusing on it. But after this 1990s, this development journalism taken back seat, and only commercialization is taking the front seat, right? So they are all like that page 3 by these newspapers and everything, and how they are not focusing on it. And I think you should also read about this Palangumi Sainath's book about this what's his book, I forgot, even I have that copy. It's he like reported like about the development things like happening in India, like for example education, medicine and everything, and how people are like what's the reason that people are not sending the kids to the school, government schools, and how they are like their tradition is stopping them from getting this this modern medicine, all those things he has like written nicely. So it's a very good example. But even though Sainath is also kind of criticized for his poverty journalism, why he has to like kind of write about poverty, and why he has to show like India as like very poor and all, no? So that's the thing. So everywhere, so this is the period like this development journalism is also like going on. So the political leaders also use the development journalism as a pretext to restrict the media, which help them to retain their power and influence, right? So radio and television were nationalized, and many journalists were co-opted into becoming civil servants, government spokespersons, or members of political parties in order to support government for patriotic reasons, right? So that's the thing. So here you can see the development journalism with news that is related to a hierarchy of development problems, social, economic or political of a country's population, and seeks to contribute to self-reliance. Okay, that's the thing. So here also this UNDP defines human development as a process of enlarging people's choices to lead a long and healthy life, to be educated, to enjoy a decent standard of living, right? So additional choices, it says, include political freedom, guaranteed human rights and self-respect. Again, this whole concept of development journalism is ending with human rights journalism only. So all these things are like totally related to each other. When you talk about like one person's poverty, right, that's what the development journalism is also talking about. Like no one should be there without food, no one should be like suffering with hunger, right? And no one should be like suffering without like house, no one would be like without this what you call like dress or something else, like everything. So they also should have their basic human rights and everything. So that's what this development journalism is also focusing. But here what is that, they are also dealing with these government policies and projects which are meant to safeguard the human rights of the people, right? So that's what here in the development journalism, here we are not talking about the violations, but we are like focusing on the projects and policies. Okay, so that's the thing. So here you can see that in the beginning how the journalists as nation builders, right? After like independence, they were like seeing this journalist as a nation builders, they have to contribute to the nation building, right? So that's the thing, and also as a watchdogs what's happening, and also as agents of empowerment, right? So how this development journalism have to empower the people, right? And then also about this bottom up flow of information, that communities would make their concerns to government. So the idea of community newspapers and community media has also come at, or like citizen journalism, right? This is also like part of this development journalism context only. So development journalism dwell on the dimension of democracy, allow the people to talk and let them to some extent run the media and run more of society. It's a kind of emancipatory journalism. So here you can see that run the media means community media only. The media has to be run by the people, of the people and for the people, right? That's one. So, and again in this 1990s there was this huge Asian financial crisis, right? The people who are like watching this Korean serials and all, you know that how in the 1990s Korea was also like struggling with this one, and how they contributed gold to the government and everything. So they were all like struggling, right? So even like India and all the Asian countries also, we are like kind of struggling at that time. So that time only they said that it's not only human development but also good governance. So how there is this transparency is there, and the corruption, all those things, like they started working on it. So the development journalism is also focusing on this guardians of transparency, like they are focusing on corruption and other things, right? So, and again there are like few experiments about this development journalism. One experiment is Project Chatera, that was done by this Hindustan Times, and it's by George Verghese. He was the news editor at that time. What they did is they chose a village called Chatera near Delhi, and then that was, you just imagine in the 1970s they are like choosing a village, and then they reported about that village for 7 years, and like every week there will be news. Okay, so there is a beautiful piece written by George Verghese in Media Asia on this Project Chatera. It's easily available, you have to read that whole paper, it's a very interesting one. So how in this Project Chatera they have like started like writing about everything. For example, they started writing about the school, they started there was no bank at that time, so Hindustan Times like write a news about that one, and then they also brought this banks there, and then they started a nationalized bank there, and again they brought this agriculture, this one they started coming and testing the soil and all, and then they started like recommending like whatever like possible food crops, like for that one and everything. So even for health also they brought doctors, and they had a medical camp. When in Hindustan Times it was like English media, and then they are like representing it every week, means then all the people like government officials also paid attention to it, and they started coming to the village, and then they started doing it. I think that is only one thing, like after that like there is no other. Nowadays like villages are not even like represented also, right? So that's the thing. And then this one you can see that development journalists also, they say that it's a tool of social change. Here not only they are talking about the economic development, they are not only talking about the good governance, but they are also talking about social change, right? Until unless there is the structural change is not there, and you cannot like kind of rectify like certain problems in the society, right? So you have to question that one. So that was the thing. And then what they are saying is that the journalist should have like keen empathy with the grassroots. They are not talking about the sympathy but empathy you have to like create. And then you have to inspire the trust in sources across cultures, age, education, gender, race and class, and then intercultural communication skills and social issues. The journalist should know about the social issues, and then they have the commitment to the social, cultural and political development of the grassroots, all those things. Then only they can like kind of do justice to their development journalism, right? And then here they are also saying that it's not only limited to presenting facts, but offering a critical explanation of different developmental initiatives introduced by government and non-government agencies. So here, but I think most of the time the journalists are not talking about the policy, right? So for example, if there is a policy like new economic policy in particular this one, right? So how it's like kind of effective, or like what's the pitfalls, and like what are the limitations of it, they are not like focusing on that one, right? So here like they have to talk about this one. For example, development journalism is about eradicating poverty, right? So in India they made Aadhaar card as mandatory for everyone, right? But there are people who cannot get access to Aadhaar card. Without Aadhaar card you cannot have a ration card. Without ration card you cannot get access to the government welfare thing. And even Aadhaar card you need for everything, like to get the government welfare scheme like health and everything, education, everything, right? So if they don't even have a house, which address they'll give? They were, there are like certain problems, like structural problems are there, right? And again the ideas of ethnicity and identity, all those things, right? So that is also one problem. So the media like should report about that one, right? So why they are making this one as a this mandatory, and how they can help these people like without this facilities, and how we can like improve their access to that facility. So all those things only the reporters have to do, okay, as a development journalist. So their role is like here though there is no much threat to the journalist also. They can like aram se do their work. They can like talk about those policies and everything. So that's the thing. So it's also the journalist's responsibility to scrutinize and assess the significance of a development project. For example, there is this oil palm project, right? So it's a huge controversial issue, and even in the northeast it's creating havoc. Even in Mizoram also they are like affected by this oil palm project. But like again and again the government is coming up with it projects, right? And then this dam projects, you can see like throughout the history of India, you can see like Narmada Bachao Andolan, say like in Arunachal also, like lots of these things are happening, and like how these are like affecting people and how it's like displacing people, right? So how it's also kind of creating new social issues, right? So all those things, like that's what like even though you see that development journalism is somehow like very easy, but it's also very political in nature, right? So you have to like criticize the government because their policies and the projects, they are like kind of impacting people's lives, okay? So that's the thing. So now you can see that when we talk about like government policies and projects, here we have this SDG, right? Sustainable Development Goals. There are like 17 goals, and they are saying that by 2030 or 2040 you have to realize these things. But you see, quality education, gender equality, or like zero hunger, no poverty. And then you see like in India, like every year they are saying that, even last week there was a report that there is like more people who are like falling into like hunger. There is this, they are like becoming like more poor. There is like it's everything, it's very expensive for them to like this one. Then how you will eradicate like zero hunger, right? And then even like clean water and sanitation, that is also like where like everywhere it's like kind of, even last week in this chat puja you would have seen one woman is like washing her hand in this toxic water, no? So how it was toxic, and then they have like this one. So that is also like all these issues, like even if someone wants to be a development journalist, even if they focus on one issue and in their one region, then they can like do a lot. So if one person can say, okay, I will be only focusing on clean water and sanitation, you can see that how our rivers are being like polluted, how waste management issues are there, right? And then this I think there are so many campaigns are also happening by these NGOs and everything, right? And then you can talk about like this one, what you call this many people are not getting this water also, right? And we can also say that sometimes like certain projects are also helping people. For example, they say Jal Jeevan Mission project, it's like reaching to all the people, right? And it's reaching like everyone, coming up with this one. It's okay, if there is like positive you have to report about it, and if there is any negative also you have to report about it. So even if one journalist, if they are like just I will like talk about like only one, then even they can find a lot of issue, they can be specialized on that one, right? And even for journalists also to be like specialist in these things, it can also help them in getting more fellowships and everything, right? Because there are like n number of fellowships and like projects for this journalist also, they can apply for it and they can get it, right? So they can like focus on that one, like climate change or like whatever. And if they like keep on reporting about it, like kind of specialized, then it can like help them in like reaching like greater heights also, right? So in a selfish way also they can like focus on this thing, right? So that's what, like your selfishness can also help for the larger public, right? So that's the thing. So you can like focus on that one. And even like life on land and life below water, all those things we can talk about that one. So development journalism must tell the story of what is going wrong. It's not only like talking about what is right, but it's also about what is going wrong. So now I will just focus on the health communication. What's the time now? Okay, so I'll try to complete in another kind of half an hour. So I have taken this one from this poor economics book only. If you have read that one, then it would be repetitive. For others it might be interesting. So here they are talking about how the preventive care should be the focus of health communication. For example, in Mizoram, in one district, there is this infant mortality rate is high, okay, and it is higher than the national average also. And then there are certain researchers, they are saying that these pregnant mothers, they are taking this kuwa. Kuwa means this betel nut, and then they also smoke, okay. So the betel nut they are taking, and then they are also smoking, and they are saying that even if they reduce the intake of those betel nut and then smoking, no, it can do a lot to this what you call the infant mortality rate can come down, okay. So you can say that it's not that you have to talk about big things, even very small thing, but if you are consistently reporting about that and trying to create awareness, and if it keep on coming in the newspaper, some NGO will take care of it, some international organization will take care of it, and then they can also contribute to that one. So that should be the role of the journalist, okay. So preventive, you have to prevent that one, instead of kind of. So in that he has in so many case studies across the world, and in Kenya they said the children who were given deworming pills, okay, and they in school for 2 years, went to school longer and earned as young adults 20% more than children in comparable school who received deworming for just 1 year. So even we are we don't mind about this deworming thing, right? We thought that it's a very simple thing they are giving in this Anganwadis and everything. My mother-in-law is used to be Anganwadi teacher, so she used to give my daughters every 6 months this deworming pill very religiously. I used to think why she is, but after reading that book, it has a huge impact. They are saying that in Kenya it's a randomized control trial only. They have done a very detailed research, this Abhijit Banerjee and his wife, and then only they have found this one, okay. So how these children who are getting deworming pills for more than 1 year, they are staying in school for longer, and if they are in school for longer, they are also earning good as an adult, right? So it has a huge impact. So this is what the development journalist has to do. And then the path forward is not better big thinking, but thinking small, okay. So that's the thing, improving the lives of the people measurably and consistently. It's a primary matter of making a series of small change, okay. So most of the time it is only the lack of information about their benefits, the poor people cannot afford them, right? So that's what. So instead of just media is saying that okay, this many people are not having their Aadhaar cards, but how we are sensitizing them and getting those Aadhaar cards and getting them access to the welfare, right? So that should be the priority of this one. So they might think that it's normal information, but even that small information can help millions of people, okay. So that's the thing. So another one thing, in 1966 to 67 there was a rice price was very high in West Bengal. So the West Bengal chief minister, when somebody asked what should we do, then he said that instead of eating rice, let them eat more vegetables, no. But eating more vegetables is also good only, but at that time the way he said, and he's a this one, no, the politician, and then if he is saying that one, then it would be kind of very odd, right? So it was kind of a very huge controversy. And again the same time in I think in France, actually one guy, Antonio Parmenter, he actually, they wanted to, even potato, it's a colonial thing only, even as we got via this Irish people only. Even there is a quote about Mizoram saying that instead of Mizo people domesticating the potato domesticated them, okay. So how it has become so much part of their life, right? Likewise, so even this one, that guy, when he introduced the potato, people were resisting, we don't want to have potato, but what he did is he introduced so many recipes, he gave how to eat that one, right? Then people started eating that one. So that's what sometimes media has also know how to pack those information and how to make the people take it. So that is how they are putting their story, okay. That storytelling thing, it is very important. So that's what you can see, that how they are having this shepherd's pie and all those things, even freedom fries, the one introduced by that guy. And then that's what this the both authors are saying, that you should focus on moonshot solutions, such as instead of moonshot solutions, better go for the simple and inexpensive programs. Okay, he is saying that even like giving chlorine powder to many African villages, it is helping them, and even giving this mosquito nets, like subsidized rate, it's helping people, right? So that's what. But in India, like the press, they are like very foolish. They will be saying that only because of the welfare schemes, people are like lazy and people don't know what to do, so the government shouldn't do that, let them like work. But like this welfare schemes and this government subsidies on certain things, it really helps people to like use that one. Okay, instead of just telling people that okay, to prevent HIV/AIDS you have to use be protected, but for that, instead of just saying that, you should keep those in like various places, and it has to be like accessible, instead of just saying that it is like against our culture or something else, right? That kind of thing. So the media has to like focus on those things, right? The thing like there are like certain like small interventions that can change people's lives, so the media should like popularize that one. So, and again, it's not only just the information, but after the media's information, it will also be like kind of taken care by the governments and then the policy makers and someone else, and they will also like work for it. Okay, so the media cannot alone bring things, but media can play a major role in bringing all other stakeholders together to put an end to certain issues. Okay, so here also like mostly the poor often lack critical pieces of information and believe things that are not true. And again, in India we have this huge issue of misinformation, right? Even during COVID there were like lot of this thing. Even Donald Trump said no, you can drink this disinfectant then you will be like cured. And then in Iran they said if you drink liquor this then you can be cured, right? Likewise in India also there were like lot of these things. In during this COVID they were all like saying that our ginger and turmeric is the thing, and you have to drink like turmeric thing, and it has created a disease. Actually there is for human beings you have to take only certain limit of turmeric, and it should not exceed that one. Now how we are doing it, it's fine in food and all, it's fine, that is enough. But they are like again drinking it as a water and everything, putting it, and it has created a liver disease among the people for taking like overtaking of those things. So misinformation also killing people. So media has to kind of verify the things, right? They should be the fact checkers and everything, but they should not fall for it, right? Instead of like reporting on those things. So that is also one important role of the journalist nowadays. Okay, so how people should not like fall for it, because that can be like more damaging. Even like if they are not getting information, it's fine, but if they are getting a half-baked knowledge, that is like more dangerous. People will go for those things, right? So that's the thing. And you can see the media all the time saying if you drink this much coffee then you will live longer, and then chocolate, if you eat more chocolate then this thing. These are all kind of tidbits. It must be written in a very different way, but they might be using it for their sensationalism, and then this thumbnail journalism for YouTube, they will be like using those things. So we have to like, the journalist has to be like sensitized on that one, like instead of putting those things. Okay, so that's what. And so but the simple piece of information makes a big difference. That's what we are saying, that the journalist has the role to give off those information. Okay, even during this dengue I think dengue is there everywhere, right? Every time like during the seasons we will be like badly affected. But in Tamil Nadu and all, it's like one dengue cases come, like they will like keep on writing about that, and then they'll say that you have to check like no, this water is being like kind of filled up, you have to see a proper outlet, and you didn't let any water to be like clogged anywhere else, and you remove all those like unwanted waste and all everything, and then they'll be like going door to door and doing this and all. So the media can even like work on that one, right? A journalist can just, even before the season comes, like even before the incident like start, like people getting affected, when it like start this one, they can like start writing about that one. So the prevention, that one can be the role of the development journalism. Okay, so these are like certain case studies of development journalism. You can see that sand quarrying in Ukrol, and then 44 localities in Shillong drink unsafe water. So that one and all, I think they have like right to health, the fight over who will pay hospital bills of India's poor. these are like certain examples. Okay, there will be like n number of examples also, you can see that one. Okay, and then reporting on policy. So okay, like we are getting information everything, but there are this government policy documents are there, they are like so long, it might be around 200, 300, 1000 pages are there. How you are going to navigate those things? So there are like certain strategies, and even this is a kind of science writing only, right? Because these are all like, for example, a policy on climate change, government may have like 1000 pages, and you have to read everything about it, right? And there might be like so many scientific jargons will be there, so you should know how to like understand that one. If you are not understanding, and how you will like write, no? So that is also one challenge. And again they are saying that numerous types of policies can shape scientific research, and they can be shaped by scientific findings in turn. So the media, and again the one thing is that now the journalists, they also have this social media, right? So for example, this one journalist like Chandrasekhar, she has like written a lot about this kind of like science articles, okay, like the kind of global the what you call climate change articles, she is like writing it. And in that, like she has said that I always like follow the Twitter. For example, for one of her story, like she was like keep on following that hashtag High Seas Treaty and biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Okay, so she was like kind of following all the hashtags, and from there like she is trying to make. For example, if there is someone is, even she has written about air pollution in Delhi. So if there is air pollution hashtag like Delhi air pollution, so she can like follow that one, and then you will get a lot of information. Okay, and then they also have to read this trade publications for the industries they cover. For example, if they are like covering about chemical industries, if they are like covering about all these companies, they are also having their own magazines, right? For example, newsletters and everything. So she is saying that even you have to read those things also, then only you will get to know. You cannot just like go and like write about it, you have to do a lot of things. Okay, so that is there. And then digging up documents and sources of bias, again she is saying that you have to immerse yourself in the relevant scientific literature, right? And you have to read the associated policy documents, right? So it's not only one document, the associated, the relevant documents, you have to like read about that one, right? And then mostly you can like Google a policy, and then you can like read it in the government websites also, right? That one. And then you also have to go well beyond the basic text of law. You have to be like very in depth, and you have to follow that paper trail and everything, track down these documents and everything, right? So, and there is also saying that, and again there will be some person like who is like doing that research for so long, and academics come into for, right? So for example, there might be one person who is like his entire research is on flooding in Brahmaputra, right? He must be like doing it for 25-30 years, a professor. So he must have like n number of documents and all sort of things. So even if you like get a bite from him, and then like you include him as a news source, it's going to change the whole thing. So even this academic issues also plays a major role. So you can always like take the, for example, if there is a landslide, or if there is a flood, or if there is pollution, or like whatever, then you can like talk to those people, right? That one. And again it also like helps to follow the money. Sometimes like this one you have to see that who is going to benefit out of this particular policy, right? And which company is going to get more out of this one. So you can also follow that one, then you can get it. So here you can see like certain things I have given. Can ecotourism bolster conservation efforts? Actually there is also one research, it says that this ecotourism can help in like conservation, right? So if you can like read this kind of relevant documents, and then you can also report for your local context, you can change how it can like become a this one also. And then again who is going to be more affected by this particular policy, right? So for example, if it is like high sea treaty, it might be the fishermen, right? There are like so many projects are coming up, right? So if it is a coastal project, then fishermen will be like deeply affected. If it is a dam project, the farmers will be like the mostly affected, right? So likewise you have to see who is the most vulnerable and who is like mostly be affected by this particular project, then you have to focus on that one. Okay, and then and again like whatever your sources is saying, you shouldn't like rely on that one also. You have to always counter check. Fact verification is very important, right? That one also. and again like yeah when you are like mostly the journalist also, like mostly the local journalists are not reporting on that one, so mostly the people from like Delhi or someone will hear, or even from Guwahati someone will be going to like Dimapur or Aizawl or somewhere else, and then you will be like doing it, right? So it might be totally different. Even though you are from northeast, that culture will be like totally different. So when you go, like you have to always like walk with the local journalist and who is well known about that particular thing, and then only you have to work on it, then only you can do proper justice. Okay, so that's what. So development journalism is all about reporting. It's not only reporting about everyday people's like daily experiences regarding food, water, and all those things, but it also like kind of have a deeper implications with their like larger social and cultural environment, right? And so the development journalist has also have to like report what is wrong, right? And they also have to focus on nation building and everything, and at the same time they have to focus on this the good governance, right? And they also have to focus on the social change, right? All those things be the keywords for this development journalism, right? And again they also not only dealing with this normal violations and all, but they have to focus on these government policies and projects, right? And reporting that one, they have to be do a lot of research, they have to do a lot of investigative research, right? So they have to do their homework, then only they can do proper justice. So this is thing. Any other questions? Actually that book actually he is like he travel like across the country, and even he has like case studies from Odisha. For example, in Odisha they are like tribal people, right? And then they'll be, if someone gets sick, they'll always go to their traditional healers, right? And then they'll do certain rituals, and then they'll, but that one won't help in all the diseases, because there are like certain new diseases, it needs like new solutions, right? So how you will like kind of this one. So like these things, like he has like explored like case study likewise. So he will go to this Madhya Pradesh, and he will go to a school, and how this students like dropout rates were there, and how the students are coming, and how the teachers are handling, and what kind of curriculum they are giving. So he is like focusing on everything. That's what his whole book is about, like Everyone Loves Drought. It's a good book actually, we have to read, but we normally don't read those kind of texts, right? That's what for me, like even development communication understanding has come only after reading that Poor Economics, but not with this Melkot Srinivas. We have that book, right? All the time we'll be talking about communication for development, right? But we are not like reading those interdisciplinary works. I think if we read those things, and it helps us a lot. Actually you should read that Poor Economics, it's a very good book, and he is talking about like like how the poor are becoming more poor, right? And how like certain things like small intervention can help them. For example, like poor in like Delhi, even though they have this government hospitals and all, they are not going there, and then they are like going to this local doctors, and many of them they are like bogus, right? They are like fraud doctors only, right? And then they are like giving treatment and all. So we have to tell them what's stopping them from going to the government hospitals. Maybe the doctors are irregular, the nurses are not there, and they may be treating them like very badly. So all those things we have to see. And he even see that how these welfare schemes help people. For example, in Odisha, I think in Odisha, so if they want to go to take their children for this immunization and all, they'll give them half kg or 1 kg dal. Okay, so they won't go to do the, if you just ask them for immunization, they won't go. But when you say that okay, come, like we'll give you like this one, then they come for it. So likewise, sometimes you have to, because it's very hard, like poor, they may not like have that kind of like education or knowledge like us, so we have to like tell them, right? So that's a challenge. And like when I was in Northwestern, there was like one Pakistani girl who was like working on this polio thing. Okay, so in one particular region of this Pakistan. This people, there is like huge cases of like polio. In India and all we have eradicated, right? There is no polio cases, but there in that region still polio is there, because the problem is that when during this Afghanistan thing and Osama bin Laden thing happened, no, these US organizations, what they did is they sent people in the kind of this polio drop givers, no, kind of like this one, and then they try to do this investigation to see like where this Osama bin Laden was there, right? So these people have a kind of aversion towards this polio drop, government officials. They think that they are coming as agents of like America, and then they are trying to kind of harm them in some way. So they don't want to like kind of this one. So there is this huge gap between the government agencies and the people, and they are not taking them, right? And even in Mizoram there is like one group like of this church, like this diocesan. What they do is like they won't take any this vaccination and all, okay, because like they think that it is against their like Christian ideology and like this one. So how you will convince them? So likewise there are like many people are like out there, not only in India, like in Africa and like Latin America and everywhere, right? So there is this thing like how you will like so the media has to play it, right? And not only that, the same traditional way of like print and everything, now it's like everything, it's like visual. So how you are going to tell very effectively in like this one. And recently MSACS, that Mizoram State AIDS Control Society, actually they are also very conservative society, like because of this religion and all. But now they are like very open, and they have like started like making this PSAs on this like this sexually transmitted disease, and like how to use this protective sex and everything. So that what they started making this videos and all, okay. So likewise, like like how to like reach them like with this very easy thing. I still remember that. I think now you can stop recording. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think you are all feeling sleepy after a nice lunch. Yeah, even me, I'm feeling very sleepy. But let us complete this work, and then after that we can go and have chai or coffee. Yeah. So caste and religion from a human rights perspective. So in India, like whenever we talk about like media, so we are talking about human rights journalism. We are talking about development journalism, right? And we are also talking about like journalism as a whole. So when it comes to this human right violations or like development journalism, all those things, the structural thing, like why certain things are like happening, why certain gender violence is happening, or like why certain caste violence is happening, or like why certain people are like neglected of their like basic rights. So everything, the root cause must be this caste and religion. Okay, so when we talk about like media, like many people, they don't understand these things. They say that media is modern and it's like with technology, so there won't be like any prejudice or anything else, and people are like very professional, but it's not true, right? And we all know that media construction theory, that it's talking about like how this media is not operating in the vacuum, and media is like operating in the society. So whatever is in the society, like whatever the cultural system or social system is there, it will also get reflected in the media. It will also be carried out to the media. For example, I'll give you, AI is there, right? Why we have this Alexa and then this Siri, mostly like this kind of AI, it's like only like women, right? Why it's there? And again, when we talk about this mobile phones, we are having these filters. Why the filters like have to show us like very fair, right? Why? If it's a good camera, then it has to like show like so much of like lightning, right? So that was the kind of trend. Why it's there? Because even though you can say it's a modern technology and everything, right? But we have to understand that all this modern technology and whatever, it's also being handled by human beings. So the human beings, when they are like kind of socialized and they are kind of internalized with like certain social and cultural setup. So whatever it's there, they are also kind of socialized with certain prejudice and like bias and like these things, right? So that things they are also like taking over to the media, right? So that's what. So mostly the people like who are there in the media, right? So they will be kind of reflecting the kind of society or culture they are like raised, right? So that is the thing. So we have to understand that, because this technology is also being handled by human beings, so it will also tend to reflect the bias and the prejudice carried over by the human beings, right? So that one we have to understand. But I think that point is missing in India. Whenever we say that, they will say that there is no caste, there is no discrimination, nothing. We are like kind of it's a modern India. So you are talking about the caste system which existed like 75 years back before independence, this and that, they will come up with it. But that is not the reality, because every day we are seeing the reality, that how, for example, one Dalit man, for like having just a mustache, he was being killed in Rajasthan. And you can see that in UP, a man who is a bride groom, he was like going on in a horse, he was like beaten up because for like going on this marriage procession, because he is a Dalit and he was not supposed to go on a horse, right? So these are like certain things, like how it's like happening. So that's what we are going to discuss in this caste and religion from a human rights perspective. So how this existence of like caste itself a violation of human rights, because caste never allow anyone to think that all human beings are equal, that you and me are equal. No. And again, you can't decide your fate, and it's being like sealed from which caste you are like born, right? And it's being carried over till the death. Even after death also, which funeral ground you will be like sent, that also depends on your caste, right? So that is there. So everything like caste will be deciding. It is the reality, right? So that's what. So let me start with this one quote by Kulot Pawade. The result is, although I try to forget my caste, it is impossible to forget. And then I remember an expression that I heard somewhere: what comes by birth and can't be cast off by dying, that is caste, right? So that's a thing from like birth to death. And caste like continues to play a crucial role in the sociological, political, cultural, educational and economic existence of Indian society, everything. So even if a person will have a land or not, that also based on his caste from which like he born. So that is the thing. So it is a deeply ingrained societal problem. So it creates hierarchical social relationship, right? So it's a kind of ladder. It's a kind of social ladder. Some are in the top, some are in the middle, and some are in the lower, and some are not even in that ladder also. They are like kept outside of that hierarchy, right? So that is the this one. That's what like Ambedkar used to call it as like, you know, caste is something like very cancerous. It is a kind of mental, you know, this one. They'll be always conscious about like, you know, which caste like I am born. So it's also kind of regulate and govern all aspects of life. What to eat and with whom to eat and what dress to wear and like to whom you marry and right, everything, and everything is being decided by this caste, okay? But in the northeast, people think that there is no caste and then there is no need to talk about that one, but that is also a huge problem, right? So you know that it's a kind of a system of graded inequality, right? And they imagine that certain people are like born in the like, you know, top, and some people are like born in the this one, right? I will like show you that one also. And again you see the important aspect of the caste system is that those who have dominated the means of production have also tried to dominate the means of symbolic production. You can see related with this material realism like given by this Karl Marx also. Here you see in India like mostly the corporates and companies, they are all like run by this very like upper caste, right? And they are like this one. And again the land holdings also you can see it's mostly with this upper caste and the other caste, the middle caste. But this lower caste, you know, like scheduled caste in like the rest of India, they don't have much land holdings also, right? So that's what. So it's not only they are like dominating the means of production, but also symbolic production, right? Because all these media owners, who are they? And who are like making the films, right? And who are the television, and who are the anchors there, and who are the panelists there? Everything like, you know, you can see that it's like very much dominated by the upper caste in India, right? So that's the thing. So here you see the Brahminical system of stratification. There is two, like Varna and Jati. So the Varna is like 4 Varnas you must have studied, like, you know, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra, right? And then there are also people who don't fit inside this Varna system. They are called as Avarnas. They are the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, right? So basically like most of the indigenous communities in the northeast, they don't fit within this Brahminical system of stratification. They are like kept out of this Varna system, but still this entire Varna system is deciding the what you call the future, the present and the past of this scheduled caste and scheduled tribe people, okay? So that's what. So even though they are out of that system, but they are not out of the power and hegemony of that Hindu system, right? So that's one. And again this Varna also like comes like it's also like part and parcel of like Hindu religion, and this is the one which is the basis of this religion, okay? So that's the thing. And again in this one, like, you know, you can see that these people like Vaishya, Kshatriya and Brahmin, they are like something like twice born groups, and you all should understand that these are all written by someone else and it's all kind of imagination, but if I say, they will, I think it's also on record, I can't say that. So this is the Indian tradition of like understanding people, and they believe that people are not vertically equal and they are all horizontally placed, right? So you should accept that one, because it is your what you call destiny, that you are like being, because of your like previous generation things, no, the sin and crime, you are being born in this one, okay? So you have to accept the reality. So that's the thing. So here this Shudras, mostly this OBC caste, like other backward communities, they are all coming under this one, and for them they are not there is no untouchability for them, but for these people untouchability is there, right? So that is the thing. And again caste also like works with this purity and pollution, right? Certain things are considered like very pure and certain things are considered very polluting, right? So this purity and pollution only forms this caste system, right? And it's also kind of very rigid, you cannot like escape it, right? You if you are born, you cannot like convert your caste, right? that you are like marrying someone or like you are becoming someone. No, even if you become a president also, you are not away from your this one, right? You belongs to that only. So that kind of rigidity is there. Okay, that one we have to understand. And then another one thing, the caste system also always think that okay, like someone is superior to me and I am also superior to someone, right? And these people are like inferior to me. So all the caste has it like superiority and inferiority. So this Sudras, they never feel that okay, these people are like kind of oppressing me or they are superior, like they won't feel anything about it. They are only proud that they are superior to them and it's my privilege and duty to oppress them. So this is how this whole system like functions. Okay, so and again the caste system also, how it like it's also like refers to an endogamous unit, right? So the caste, like the if you are like marrying within the same caste only, the caste system can also be like extended, right? It can also thrive it, right? So endogamy is the major component of this caste system also. So everything, like all the rituals, dress codes, food and everything, it's like kind of this one. And again it's also not like the same everywhere, like so everywhere the localized forms of like caste is there, and everywhere it's like different. As I said that in the beginning, that one caste in Bihar, they may not be like involved in certain this one, but when they consider it in Rajasthan, they may be considered as an untouchable, right? So it all like depending on the local culture and everything, right? So and also kind of evolving and emerging, right? All the caste, right? So that is the thing. So it's also not like stagnant or like kind of this one, but it's also kind of evolving and emerging. So that one you have to understand. So there are like three major divisions: the upper caste, middle caste and lower caste. So the upper caste are the twice born varnas, and then the middle caste, that is the Sudras, they all comes under this, but they are not polluting, okay, right? And the lower caste, they are like not even bottom, they are like just outside the hierarchy and they are like polluting. So okay, so it's a kind of material reality with a material base. So this is like actually historically shaped the very basis of Indian society and continues to have like crucial economic implications even today. So it's this one quote by Gail Umweth. Okay, so again gendering caste. So when we talk about like gender equality in India, like most of these things are also stemming from this caste system only, right? Because like this one, they, as I said, endogamy is the major component of this feature of this caste system, right, to thrive, right? So they want to control the system, so that's what they are controlling the women, right? Because they are like putting like more chastity, and they say that the woman has to be like very chastity and very pure, and she has to like marry within her own caste, right? And she is not equal to the man. So that was the thing. And again in the caste system, not all women are having the same kind of like discrimination, okay? Because like this women from the upper caste have more kind of like different types of like discrimination. For them, like the husband is the god, and like how they are treating it to be god. But in the lower caste and all, it won't be like that, okay? But there is a different kind of this one, right? Not all women are also like equal, like everyone. That's what we talk about, like intersectionality, right? From depending on their different caste and like different social groups, their culture is also there. Okay. So again, caste is also like highly stratified and hierarchical, and caste and gender are like highly like correlated also, right? So UNDHR is like declared that everyone is equal and free from any form of discrimination, right? So they are the rights the people are entitled to simply because they are human beings, irrespective of their citizenship, nationality, race, ethnicity, language, sex, sexuality and abilities also. And again, as per the Indian Constitution, Article 15, it also prohibits discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex or place of birth, right? So caste system also violate human rights and dignity of 250 million people worldwide. Okay, so hate crimes also, like this scheduled caste and scheduled tribe members are also like kind of facing this hate crimes, right? So you can see that even online also, like offline also, they are facing a lot of this hate crimes. Okay, So you can see that throughout, like, this national crime records, like, bureau, if you say that like 24% of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe of the total population, they are accounted 32% of the prison population in 21. Okay, so even in the prison, they are the one, like, penalized, and they are the one, like, punished more and convicted more. So that is also there. So again, in India, that manual scavenging is, like, kind of banned, but still you see, like, people are dying. Even in Tamil Nadu, like, every year you can see that, at least because they are, like, cleaning the sewage tanks and all, no. So there is, like, lots of this death and all, it's there. Okay, so that's a problem. So now we come to, like, media. So as I said, that in the Indian society, like, caste reality is there, and we cannot deny that existence, right? And it is, like, part and parcel of our, like, Indian culture and tradition, right? And again, the media is also, like, carrying over the same thing, right? So the same caste system, whatever it's in the society, is also getting carried over to the media. So we can see. So here, even though, like, media also, like, practice discrimination in the name of race, religion, sex, ethnicity, and regionalism. So we can say that even how northeastern states are being represented in the mainstream media, right? So that is also there. And again, one thing, like, I think this what's his name, the media and indigeneity, in that book, like, what they are saying is that why these indigenous people are also, like, kind of, why they are indigenous is that they are not coming under this caste system. Okay, they are outside of this whole thing, and that's what, like, they are also kind of very indigenous. And, like, many of these states, like the northeastern states also, they were not, like, kind of participating in the freedom and all, like, freedom struggle and all, right? They were, like, because Mizoram and all, like, 1891 only, like, the missionaries, they came. Till then they were there. Okay, so they were never, like, part of this, like, national imagination also. So that's what they were, like, all the time, like, kept out of that, media spaces also. When it comes to, like, representation, or when it comes to, like, newsroom representation, like, whatever you say, there is a kind of huge discrimination is there. Okay, so that's what I say, like, media is both constructed and constructing. So media is constructed by the individuals with their, like, social and cultural socialization, and again constructing, like, whatever the media is there, like, it's also kind of playing a major role. So if the media is coming up with the stereotype, right, of a particular community, or a people, or some religion, like, whatever, then if people become, like, more discriminatory, like, because they have, like, learned those stereotypes from them. That's what they say, media is both constructed and constructing. So socio-political, economic, and cultural rights are violated, right? So the caste-based exclusion and discrimination of Dalits is one of the main reasons for their lower human development and higher deprivation and poverty. So here we can see the media coverage. Actually, my thesis is about this, how Dalits are being, like, represented in the Tamil dailies. So from my research, we can say that there is a kind of stereotyping of Dalits. So Dalits are, like, all the time stereotyped as what you call as victims, right? And they were, like, kind of what you call, like, very negative way, right? They were, like, never, like, given the proper representation. Okay, so that is one thing. And again, they are also, like, underrepresented and misrepresented. Underrepresented in the terms of, like, how many news, right? So when it comes to this news space also, they were, like, kind of underrepresented. Even though they are 24% of the population, they are not getting that due representation when it comes to the media, right? And again, when we say, like, misrepresentation also, whenever they are, like, trying to, like, like, resist, and when they, like, try to be resilient, and when they, like, try to ask for their, demands and all, then they were kind of, like, misrepresented. Okay, so that is also one reason. So, and again, the caste conflict and reservation issues also, whenever, like, there is a caste conflict, the media, like, always goes with this first information report of the police, and, like, whatever the police are, like, given in this FIR, even if it is, like, very harmful to this particular community, but still it goes with that only. So media also, like, not questioning that one, and they are just playing by the books of that one. So that is also one thing. And whenever reservation issues comes also, like, media is all the time talking about, like, merit, right? And they were, like, kind of trying to reject the due what you call the rights of the people. Okay, so that is also one reason. And whenever there is some violence against this Dalits, or like a rape of like Dalit women, they will always come up with some conspiracy. Okay, the media. So I will give you some example also how it being like played out. And then even though like all political parties in India, I think there is one book by forgot that one. It's a Kotari, Kotari, or I forgot. Like there is one book about like how this political elections and caste representation. Like so in India, elections mostly like played by the caste, this one only. So someone will be getting a MLA or MP seat based on the caste composition only. So if there is one community is like very strong in that particular and they can get more votes, then they'll be choosing that particular caste only. It's not only one political party, all the political parties, but they won't be called as caste parties, but only the Dalit parties, when they are like trying to ask for their rights and all, and they are forming like political parties, they will be always like kind of represented as like very casteist. Okay, so that is how like it's happening. And then so the discrimination faced by the Dalits in the society is also carried over to the media. So like it's like very minimal coverage. And crime and violence, when you talk about like crime and violence, so if something happened, okay, so they won't be talking about the violence of the other parties involved in that particular conflict, but they always like try to like exaggerate the violence or the the reply given by these Dalit parties, right? So that is also one problem, like the violence, like whose violence is getting represented, even though there are like lots of violence are happening. If you go and take the National Crime Records Bureau, you can see that how much these Dalits and Dalit women are being like tortured like every day, and like how much of violations, human rights violations are going on, right? But that one will never come to the fore, right? But if they are like in some way like in conflict, if they like react or something else, then it will be like totally like exaggerated. Okay, so that's a problem. And again this untouchability, like there are in many villages still they practice and all, but they will never care about that one. Okay, because I had a like many interaction with this journalists and editors and all, then they'll say that what is like novel in that one, there is no novelty, and it's like happening every day in the villages, like why we have to like report it, right? So they don't feel any like they don't want to problematize. It's nothing like new, it's there like forever, like why it's okay, no need to make it as a news. Okay, so that is also one problem like with this this one. And then when it comes to like education or manual scavenging or like whatever, the media is not at all like representing that one. And how they will be like covering that one, like usage of lexical choice that suggests bias. For example, in Tamil Nadu, there was this there is a tea estate called Manjole. So in this Manjole tea estate, this workers predominantly they belongs to this Dalit community, and they were asking for this salary hike because they were like working day and night, so they wanted to have this one, and they had an association also. They were asking that one and demanding that one, but the government and the state, the district, they were not like taking care of it. So one day they all came out from Manjula, it's a hill village. From there they all came down to the main district headquarters, and it was like near a river, okay, Tamarabani river. It's a perennial river. So near that they were like kind of on a procession, like demanding like the price hike and all. And suddenly we don't know like what happened. There was this fight between this, they started, the police started, this Dalits, like they started throwing stones, and the police started like attacking. And at the end what happened, like many of the people, to just avoid like getting hit by the police lathi, because the police lathi is like very this one, so they all like jump into the river, right? And then like nearly 44 people they died in that one. Okay, died or killed, so we have to use kill, right? Because nobody wants to die as if it's not an accident also, right? It was like but the media like the next day, like out of the government pressure and everything, they were all just say that people like died in this Tirunelveli, so they all jumped jumping into the river, and they all died. So that was the thing. Here they are not using the kill. So how active violence was there, right? particular this police were like very terrible, and then they were attacking the people. But this what you call um, this what you call they were like trying to show it as passive, okay, just they themselves like went and like died, something like that, okay. So the usage of words, whether they are using killed or like died, all those things have a like hidden meaning is there. So we have to like very careful about like what kind of terms they are like using. There is a two different meaning between violence and force, right? Violence is something like very this one, but like many of the time they will use very subtly force, because they don't want to like kind of highlight that violence, okay. So that's the thing. And then also the Dalit politicians, they all said like they felt like discrimination, and their opinions and views were like never like reflected, and if they are like in alliance with like other parties, then only their views are being like taken. So these are the things, and you can like go and check, like there are like n number of like research articles on it, like done on this, like how the media like covered these issues and all, you can see. And again, why the media is not representing this one, they always say the news value, right? So in the morning also we said that like human rights issues or human interest stories can comes under this prominence, novelty, and this one what you call proximity and all, right? But again with the same news value, they will say that it happened somewhere in Maharashtra. Like there was this one massacre called Kairlanji massacre that happened in like Maharashtra. Like one Dalit family was like brutally killed, and like mother and daughter were like raped. So it was like so brutal, okay. But that one was not like reported for long, and after like few weeks only it started like getting reported in the media. So one person like wrote a letter to this Hindu, in the letters to the editor, asking that why Hindu was not paying attention to this one. And the reader's editor, he gave a reply that it happened in Maharashtra, so it was not like very close to Tamil Nadu, so it was like doesn't have this proximity news value. That's what like we didn't report, right? So that's what like when we talk about this news value, like why they are like covering this one with this proximity, because this one what you call the distant suffering, right? Mostly they will like let the people who are in the distance suffer also, they won't mind it, okay. So that's what happened in the human rights reporting. So if some people, for example, if something happened in Manipur or Nagaland or somewhere else, the other parts of India, they doesn't have anything, they will just cross it in a day, right? For them it's not going to affect them in any way, right? So the media is also like working in that same way, but media's role is to give equal representation to everyone, right? Because everyone is the citizen of India, and the media is bound to do it. They have the social and moral responsibility to do it, but they are not doing it. Why? Because only certain sections of people are there in the newspaper, and the owners are there. So that's what the other people's like issues are not being like getting represented also. That is one thing, okay. So that's what like lack of in-depth reporting, and advertising also like it plays a major role. Who are the advertisers? That one also. So again, they also, you can see that there is a kind of exclusion from newsroom. There is one famous essay by Robin Jeffrey, In Search of a Dalit Journalist. I think you can find it in the New India's Newspaper Revolution book also. In that, like how he was like trying to find a journalist and he couldn't. And even B.N. Unial, like there was this during this Mayavadi's period. What happened? There was this one kind of tussle between journalist and like Mayavadi party people, and then there was like it was there in the news and all. Then like one foreign correspondent of this one B.N. Unial, he wanted to interview like any Dalit journalist. Then he asked for it, like can I like see anyone, like it happened in 90s, okay. But like he couldn't find any. Then only he wrote that one, In Search of Dalit Journalist. And again this Robin Jeffrey also in his thing, he also mentioned about that one, why like Dalits and like they are like very less. So the newsrooms in India, they lack diversity, right? And the gatekeepers also, like who is, and again most of these decision makers, they are all from the upper caste. Even now because of this television channels and all, now even in Tamil Nadu you can find like many Dalits are working all over, but who gets to be in the decision making thing, you can see that it's only the upper caste and the OBC caste, but not the SC/ST. So that is that. and media ownership also, it's mostly owned by the upper caste like elite groups only, right? So that's the thing. So here the media coverage of Dalits is also showing that it's also a kind of new form of untouchability, right? Media is also, there is also one incident that during Ambedkar's period he started one newspaper called Mook Nayak, and he wanted to give an advertisement in Kesari newspaper run by Lala Lajpati Rai, I guess. Then he sent out that like, I want to advertise about my paper, but Kesari newspaper, they didn't even want to publish that advertisement also, because they thought that, you know, it's kind of impure and it's about like, you know, Dalit, so we don't want to like publish it, right? So that was the kind of like mentality, people like how they are like, that's what I say, these human beings are the one like using this technology, and if they have a certain bias and this one hidden bias, then it will also get reflected in the news reporting and everything. Okay, so that one we have to this one. And again, the casteism is also operating in the media, the form of news coverage and newsroom composition. Okay, so the new casteism operates in the media in the form of news. So that's the thing. So when it comes to like violence against Dalits also, like, you know, like, you know that like media is accused of showing more crime and violence. They always say, we have studied this media cultivation theory also, na, George Gabner. They say that if people are like watching all sort of like crime and like, you know, this one, they will feel that the society is like very unsafe and everything, right? So we are also kind of saying like there is so much of violence, but like that kind of violence, like what kind of violence and whose violence they are showing, right? So that is the big question, like whose violence is like getting like more importance, and why we are not talking about the people who are being oppressed, right? So that is the question. So you can see like all these massacres, no, like you can go and check it out in the internet also, lots of this, you know, this one, like all these massacres and everything, you can see that the media have downplayed the thing. Okay, so, and you know this Hathras, it happened in 2020, right? And then like Dalit girl was like raped, and then she died, like, you know, kind of died in that way in like within 2-3 weeks, right? But there was a kind of huge controversy in the media, like the particularly the television channels, they were like kind of there is a huge news, but I think it's a very long news reported in the Wire, I guess. You can Wire or like somewhere else, from that one later. So how they were like very indifferent, and then they are trying to sensationalize everything. Okay, they are not seeing with the human, you know, they don't think it as like one girl is died and the family is like suffering and all. They are not thinking in that way. They are just trying to marketing that one, and they want to monetize someone's like suffering and pain. Okay, so how they were like sensationalizing everything, and then they also like accusing, like again the victim blaming, and then like trying to put like more this one on the victim's family, right? This is kind of happened. This didn't happen in 20, you know, like 1947 or 1956. It's happened in 2020 only. It's not even like 5 years. Okay, so you can see like how this one, like how they are like trying to sensationalize everything, and they were not like kind of reporting it with the human interest angle. Okay, and then honor killings also, you can see that in Tamil Nadu also there are like many women are being killed, or many boys are being killed because upper caste girl tried to be in love with a lower caste man, and then they try to elope and get married and all, they are being killed. Okay, so you would have like seen news from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, and even in like Haryana and all, like it's like that, right? But like the media will never talk about that one. They will never criticize like why this is happening, right? Because like there is this inequality is there like structurally, but we are not like focusing on that one. That's what like it's being like carried away also, right? So that's the thing. So this is Oxfam report, like who tells our stories matters, and representation of marginalized caste groups in Indian newsroom. There is a separate report, you can find that one in the online. So in that you can see of the 121 newsroom leadership position, editor-in-chief, managing editor, executive editor, bureau chief, input output editor across the newspaper, TV news channels, news websites and magazine under study, 106 are occupied by journalists from the upper caste, and none by those belonging to the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribes. Okay, so you can see how they are kept out of that privileged media spaces also.
and like 3 out of every 4 anchor of flagship debates are upper caste, not one is Dalit, Adivasi or OBC. For over 70% of their flagship debate shows, news channels draw the majority of the panelists from the upper caste. So no more than 5% of all articles in English newspapers are written by Dalits and Adivasis. So Hindi newspapers fare slightly better at around 10%. And then over half of those writing on issues related to caste in. So who also like given the chance to write about caste is only the upper caste, right? You cannot talk about your suffering, but like the perpetrator can talk about that one. That's the thing. And around 72% of violent articles are also by the upper caste, right? And only 10 of the 972 articles featuring on the cover pages of 12 magazines under study are about issues related to caste. So this is the reality. Okay, so you can see the full Oxfam report also, like it was there. And again for the women, like again the patriarchy, it's very difficult for them, and caste is a structural problem. Casteism is there, and women are also not like there is also even though women are there in the media, but again not like it's like kind of equal, right? So again like women are like less in the media houses, and again who are in this editorial positions, and that one also you have to see. So that's what you can see, that gender and caste insensitivity media content like throughout. Okay, so you can see like representation of women in like northeast or like everywhere. I remember that in Assam, I guess I think 4-5 years back, there was this one channel, I forgot the name of the channel, that like some women are like going on in their shorts, like mini shorts and all during the summer. Then the Assamese news channel, it was like following them, and then like made a news that you see these women are like half nude and they are like roaming around in the city and all. Okay, so that thing. And even there was this one more incident in the MG road, that one girl who was coming out of the pub was kind of harassed, and then it was like live telecasted, right? So that was there. So like why we are like very insensitive to like women, because we are not considering women as equal, right? Because that is culturally accepted, right? They are always like, they try to say that in all the religion, like all the religion and in the all the communities, like women are not like kind of, they will like always come up with this one. So that's what the same thing is being carried over in the media also, right? So that's the thing. So it is there in the society. Without like making structural changes in the society, you cannot like bring about like change in the thing, right? So a director, when he is making a movie, if he is like socialized with that thing, and if he is like kind of socialized in a way that like women are like weaker, and then women can be like used only for this as a what you call cosmetic, right? So for beauty and everything, then he will be making a film in that way only, then how come you can like kind of this one question it, right? For someone it can be a tradition, but for someone it's a kind of violation of their human right. So that's what this paradox is there in the Indian media. Okay, we are like going to and fro. They won't say that that women have the right to like choose their like partner, right? Because in the northeast it's very different, but in the rest of India, even matrimonial advertisement, right? So that presence itself like leave the what you call like, it's like letting the people to think that it's very normal, it's very normalized, right? To like find a partner in your own caste, it's like tradition and culture only, right? So it's a thing, it's even like kind of neglecting or rejecting the girl's choice to choose someone. That's what last week also we are having kind of debate. They used to say in those olden days there is this Swayamvar was there, and the women is given the freedom to choose, but there is only 100 people brought by her father, and she has the thing like from this 100 only she has to choose one. Like we are saying that choice based credit system, there will be like yeah, there will be 10 choices they'll give, and then they say from this only you have to choose, right? And even if you ask for 3-4 this one, but we will like give you, allot you one thing, right, based on some lottery system or like whatever. So it's a kind of illusion, as you said, like illusion of choices only. So likewise only for women also it's being like rejected, right? So that's what like you can see, like that's what like women are being like it's, I'm just giving one example for like decide the decision to like marry. In other cases also, like how we are like women are being like marginalized. So that is also like kind of carried over in the thing. So you can say that there are like lots of this. Even there was a report by this Malayalam film industry, no? There was this one women association called Amma, I think. They have like put out one report, like I think 2 months back or 3 months back, I think 1 month back. Even there is a huge report on it from this one, like how women are being like harassed in the film industry, like like how they are like kind of asked for like sexual favors and other things, right, to give a this role and all sort of things, and how there are not even like proper this toilet facilities in the shooting spots and everything. Okay, so everything, like, so it's not just like if and only you like respect like women, you will be like taking care of those things, right? So this what you call like toilet facilities and everything, all those things. So that's what like in the film industry was also the same. So you should like read that report also, how it was there. So these are all happening because in the society it's all being normalized, right? If a man if a husband hits a wife, it's a normal thing. Hey, it's like lovers struggle, yeah, lovers like this what you call, they call it lovers fight. They will like tomorrow it will be like, it's very normal only, right? So we always like normalize the abuse and discrimination and everything, right? So that's what it's also being like celebrated in the media. So that's what like we have to see. So that's what they have used the word like hegemony, right? So women are being like manipulated to accept that one, right? So you will see like how this Hindi cinemas are celebrating this Karwa Chauth, na? It's a perfect example of like hegemony, like so you are accepting that someone is your master, your husband is your master, and your master has to have a very long life, so you have to do it. But for that they will say love, this and that, all sort of thing, and they'll pack it very nicely, right? So that's what like how they are like asking you to like willingly get into that role, okay, because this is our tradition and you have to do it, right? So that's the thing. And so all this like particularly like religious minorities, and then this caste minorities, and then this sexual minorities, all those people, they are a group of people who are marginalized, discriminated, unaccepted, prejudiced, and hurted by the majority in the name of race, religion, sex, ethnicity, and regionalism. So who do not have enough power to publicly oppose bias reporting, okay, that one. And again, minority doesn't mean that they are minor in population, no, they can be like minority means they can be like huge in number, but still they are minority because they don't have the power to oppose like some injustice happening on them, okay. So that is there. So there is this huge studies on media and minorities, you can go and check like across the world. It's not only Indian problem, it's a universal problem, like everywhere, like because we human beings, we doesn't want to treat our fellow human beings as equal, and we always think that I am superior to someone else, so I have the right to kind of overrule you, right? So that kind of mentality like we human beings we have, like that's what I think makes the difference between like animals and human beings, I guess. We have that kind of ego, no? So it's a kind of universal. So that's like all the societies are not like egalitarian, and there is this kind of who is like superior and who is like inferior. This thing is there, and the superiority and inferiority is like made on different basis. In India it's caste, in US it can be the skin color, right? It's based on this one. So the race, likewise across the world it is there, and there is a huge studies on that also, like how these minorities are being represented and marginalized and stereotyped, all those things. You can go and check it out. So how they are like trying to form a negative identity of the minorities, and how they are like seen as a threat to the status quo of the society, right? Because if someone is getting like marginalized, and if they question it, they'll say that because you are like resisting that one, then it also disturbs the peace of the society. Why you are questioning it? Just accept it and go, right? So that kind of tendency only it's there. Then this one, so like I think we have already said, like lack of representation, and then like have less access to the media also, and then they have also like they don't have that kind of material what you call like power to like kind of run those media also, because like running media is also like expects like more money, right? So the people who don't have that kind of money, like how they will be like running the media also. So that is also one problem. And I think there is this one work by Van Dyck, Christian Van Dyck. Actually, he has written about this critical discourse analysis. If you go and see his work, that CD, critical discourse analysis, he is talking about like racism in the Western media. Okay, so how this migrants and immigrants and then the minorities are being treated in the media. You can like see how it's like kind of, it's not just like limited to news reports and like editorials, but it already begins with a daily routine of news making. It's being like totally internalized and inbuilt in the media industry. Okay, and then this Islamophobia, you see how it all started, right? So it all started from this twin tower attack, right? So after this 9 bar 11 9 bar 11, like this twin tower attack in this one, then the whole media in Western countries, they started kind of demonizing like Islam as a terrorist religion, and all the Islamists are like kind of like terrorist, right? So that kind of like phobia, the fear and dread of like Muslims has been like spread by the media. So that is like anti-Muslim discourse is evident in all the Western countries, in France, in UK, in all the European countries, and also like US, and even like in Asia also, like we have this one, right? So even now Bollywood cinema, the villain is should be a Muslim, right? And with a bird and everything, right? So that was the thing. And you can also see this Islamophobia like works a lot, like how they are like portraying Islam as a militia and as a political force, and then they also forgotten that like Islam is a religion. They are not like representing Islam as a religion, that thing. And even in India you can see that kind of hatred, enmity, envy and jealousy against each other. And there is a kind of lot of this, so many jihads in India, population jihad, halal jihad, land jihad, love jihad, and even in Assam you have this flood jihad also, na? So that things, so all those things. And you see 75% of hate speech events took place in states, right? You can see these are all like like again now when this last 1 year there is this lot of hate speech against these Palestinians like online. Okay, they are the one getting killed, but again they are also receiving the hate, right? Even like 1 week back, what happened in Amsterdam, no? There was this football this people like fans, there was a kind of this one, right? But in the beginning, if there was kind of this misinformation, right, disinformation, like everyone started blaming the Muslims only for like attacking, but later on only they found that the other party was like inciting everything, and then they like debunked that one. Okay, so how that one, so like how this mainstream media, particularly even like all this very, what you call like very high profile media houses, no, they are all becoming like more Islamophobic only, that you can see. So Indian media also, you can see that how the mainstream TV channels are being like spewing venom against Muslims. So you can even see, you can stop it recording. It's 1 hour, right?
the last lecture for today is like ethical considerations in reporting human rights violations. So, oh, Mike, sorry. Okay, ethical considerations in reporting human rights violations. So, you know, like when it comes to like journalism, there are like lots of this ethics are there. So even when we are like reporting normally also, there are like certain ethics to be like followed, right? So in India, this press council of India is like has given certain guidelines when we are like covering like certain conflicts, war and other things, right? And then there are also like certain ethical consideration has given by like many international this human rights organizations. So we will be just like focusing on that one, okay, one by one. So the one thing is that when we talk about this like human rights violations is that cultures and situations vary greatly, right? So it's like depending upon like different cultural context and the social context, it's always like, you know, kind of vary, right? So the journalist has to be like fully aware of that one, right? So even when they are like reporting about one community in one particular region, but like it might be different in other region also, so they cannot just come up with them basic, you know, understanding or prejudice of their own learning, and they cannot come and report about it. They have to report accordingly to the local cultural context, okay? So that is one thing very very important. And the next one, they have to be like very sensitized about the subject which they are doing it, okay? For example, they are going to report about rape, right? So they are like going to report about a rape, and then if the victim is like alive and they want to do the interview and all, they have to be like very sensitized, right? So they are even saying that when you are like reporting about like this the victims like who are like, you know, under this child harassment or like gender this one also, you should not like show their like full face, right? And you shouldn't even like give their like full identification also, right? That's what even this Kolkata rape case also, when this happened, like many people they have like, you know, kind of published the photo, the name of that like doctor and everything, right? But actually that is very very unethical. When you are reporting about those issues, you have to protect the privacy of the victim, right? So you shouldn't like, you know, let this one. And again, aggressor also, even before like convicted by the you know, the police and other things, you cannot just come up with like they are just sharing like certain images of like certain, you know, men, and then they are saying that he is the one like, you know, involved in this one, just without like, you know, with some assumption and, you know, prejudice, you cannot like do that one, right? So until unless someone is not convicted by a court, he cannot be considered as the you know, the person who is responsible for that one, right? So you cannot like the media, who has given the right to the media to write about that one, right? So that sensitivity should be there, right? So they shouldn't like release the picture or the identification of this one. And even like in the morning I was like sharing you about like one story on this caste based segregations in prison, no? That journalist also, she has like taken interviews with many prisoners, but she has not revealed the names, okay? She has like just given that just a given name, like, you know, for this writing reporting purpose only, she has mentioned that the name has been changed, right? So they don't want to put their you know, the their source under trouble also, right, for just giving this one. So we have to be like very sensitive, right? So those things, like, you know. And again, if someone family has lost their, you know, like relative, their like, you know, blood one, and you cannot just go and ask, like, you know, suddenly you cannot just, you know, enter the thing and then you cannot ask for this thing, right? So there should be like, you know, kind of protect the privacy of that one. Like they also should have let them like kind of grieve, and then they should have their like own privacy, right? But our media, it's not like that, right? Even if someone is going for someone's dead also, they'll be like, you know, kind of, you know, like start like, if someone like, even in Tamil Nadu there was this one cine actor ka daughter, she died because of suicide, okay, because of some depression or something else. But the whole media is like kind of become like very kind of a prey, and then they were like kind of, they didn't let the family to be like alone, right? All the time they are like, you know, chasing the family with the camera and everything, and they are like bringing
all sort of like stories behind that one. So that is not needed, right? And the family, they have lost their like dear daughter, and they should like given the time. So after he get recovered, and then if he come out of it, and then they can have a kind of debate and all. But for their like commercial value and like sensationalism, they are like kind of crossing those borders. So that's what like it's very very problematic in India. And then when you are like kind of, you have to pay extra details to the thing, okay? So when you are like interviewing a victim's mother or even the victim also, you cannot like again and again ask the same thing, right? Because it's also kind of a traumatic experience for them. They must have like experience, so you shouldn't let them like again and again go back to it. So once you are asking, you better like ask like properly, and you have to be attentive of this one, and you cannot just daydream and then you put them under like pressure. So that is also there. And we have to be very methodical and forensic, right, for documentation. And you should also like try to use video and be careful not to disturb physical evidence, right? And remember, it is a human issue and often subjective, right? So you have to be like very careful about that one, so when you are reporting those things. And then again, when you are publishing this one also, there is no easy answers, right? For certain things like we don't know, like it's very complex also, right? So we have to understand the complexities of and the nuances of that particular problem, and then you have to report. And there should be care and sensitivity, right? You should not like just do it. And then for example, if you are like doing a story on HIV/AIDS, right? And then that the kind of stigma faced by the people living with HIV/AIDS and all, and you cannot just report their like publish their pictures and all, right? And if you are like publishing the pictures and everything, then will be in trouble, right? They will be under trouble. And again, certain communities, they also have this this one, what you call the LGBTQIA. There is also some problem. And if someone is like kind of coming out also, they cannot like come out like fully, right? They have to like take care of the society and everything. So if you are like interviewing them for your story, right, about this discrimination about like LGBTQ in your like particular society or community, you cannot just like put their picture without their consent. So consent is very important. So if you are going to do the video, and if you are going to take a photograph and everything, you have to ask the consent again and again, can I do it or not, right? And then you have to show like whether this is wrong or not. And even if it is like photograph and like this one, you should not like reveal their faces and all, right? So you have to like mask it, right? You have to like properly mask it, otherwise their life will be in danger, because in certain communities they might be get killed also, right, for certain things. So we have to be like very careful. So you have to think about the people. So even your news sources also, they might be giving you this one information, but you will like publish that story and you will go away, right? But that news source have to be there in that particular society, right? So you have to be like taking care of them also. So you shouldn't like reveal their names if it is very sensitive issues and all. So you have to be like very careful, okay? Otherwise it would be like very problematic. And again, this one like the evidence, you have to be very careful about the kind of evidence, the documents you are getting when you are like doing this high sensitive issues and all. You have to be like very thorough, and you should not be like kind of fall for this misinformation or disinformation. And you should be like wary about your sources, whom you are like using it, and with what intention they are giving that news and all, right? So that one also you have to be like very careful. And that's what, always remember that you can usually leave the local community, but your sources may not be able to. And then this one, are there some stories which it is easier for internationals to handle, so helps maintain neutrality and give extra attention to your own safety in sensitive situation also, right? Mostly we know that like how journalist lives also under threat, right? We know like how the journalists are being like killed and attacked, and all those things are also there. So journalists also have to take care of themselves, right? They shouldn't get into any trouble. And then always like when you are going for those kind of field and all, you have to tell colleagues where you are going and when you expect to return, and try to work in a team, right? So that is very important. I think, have you all read this Teresa Ramon's book like Bulletproof Reporting? No, you read that one. It's a very interesting work. I think Teresa Ramon is in this campus only, right? Yeah, she's in the teachers quarters only, like her husband is working here, and she is a very prominent journalist, and she worked with this Thumbprint and before that Tehelka, and she was the one exposed that fake encounter in Manipur. No, it's a huge issue at that time, and she has also published like 2 books. Yeah, Bulletproof Reporting and also Mothers of Manipur. Like 2 books are there. You should read that one. It's a very interesting work. Like how this Bulletproof Reporting, like she has written about like how being a journalist and like going to this conflict regions and like meeting people. How she has like met with this even non-state actors, all those, and how she has like reported and all everything she has written. So you can also see, because these are all very sensitive issues, right? For example, she reported about this fake news, the fake encounter in Manipur, and she got somehow like through some sources she got the image and like photos and everything, and then she broke that news in Tehelka, and it has become a huge issue in India. Then for that she was like being summoned by the court and others, but till the end like she didn't like kind of told like who the source was, right? Because if she tell the source like who gave that one, they'll be in the trouble. So like she protected her like news sources also. So that kind of of integrity you should have, like, and the boldness also. But for that she also suffered a lot, like she has to go again and again. She was pregnant at the time, all those things like she has written in her book also. So those things, like being a journalist and working in this kind of region is also very difficult. And particularly you are from a different community and then you are like reporting about one community, right? So again you will be under trouble, right? So nowadays like even the journalists are also not free from hate speech, right? They will immediately like start kind of attacking you online, like through calls and videos and everything, all sort of these things. Like even women journalists are also not like like out of that one, right? So that is also one thing. So you have to be very careful, right? So where you are going and with whom you are working, so you have to always work in a team, all those things. And again, like always interview each person alone. You shouldn't have a kind of group interview, because if you are like interviewing in a group, then one can influence the other, right? And someone will be like intimidated by the other one, so they may not be like giving out the thing. So you have to always like interview each person like alone. And again, too many voices are too difficult to record also, right? Because in this like sensitive issues and all, if you are not recording, then later on they might say that I didn't tell this one, and you will be under trouble, right? They will say that she has like kind of did an imaginative story, like it's fictional, she don't have any evidence, so she has to keep it for her safety also, her or like his safety, right? And then sometimes group pressure also easily changes a story, right? If there are like group of people, they may try to come up with their like own this one like with a narrative, right? And it may influence other people also to follow the same narrative. So you have to be very careful about that one. And you have to also be like very open about like transparent, that I am coming from this, I am representing this one. So you have to like tell you this one, because they have the right to know with whom they are like opening up also, right? So we have to be like very careful. And like you have to also convince them. They will be asking like, why should I like tell you, like I'll be in trouble. And you have to tell, no, if and only we publish this one, then it has a huge impact, and then people will take care of it, and then the other people will also be like kind of there might be some change, so you have to agree. So you have to like convince them also, you have to get their consent, and after that only you have to and again we have to be very careful about whether they want to be like anonymous, right? Or they want to like come out as like open. So that one, based on that only you have to like write your stories also. And you have to always like confirm the name and age of interviews. Interviews can break down midway also, and you may not know like with whom you have interviewed also. So in the beginning itself you have to get all those details. And then you have to like kind of confirm the supporting details. For example, clear description of places where the issue happened, and names of all present at the event, like whoever their positions, their jobs, and recognizable uniforms or insignia, everything. You have to like write it properly and thoroughly, okay, methodologically. It's otherwise if it is not systemic and then you are writing something else, then it may lead to like distortion of fact. But you have to stand by the truth, right?
So for that you have to come up with this proper like supporting details also. Then you have to like timing and the sequence of events, that is also very important. So what said when, and you have to cross refer and have interview repeat several times and compare stories like too similar or too dissimilar, and understand the stress in the interview also. Take breaks if possible, and can be traumatic for the interviews and for the journalist also, because journalist mental health is also under stake, right? And you know that the journalists who are during this COVID and all, no, they were like under tremendous mental health, you know, they were like under so much of pressure, because the media people, they have to go and report, right? So they have to go out and do it only. But again, their life also, it's like very risky. They might like contract, they may get the virus, and if they go to their family, they may get into it. And again, if something happens to him or her, then who will take care of the family? So they were also like under like lot of stress, and wherever they are going, they are seeing like too much of pain, suffering and other things, right? So they are also human beings. How much you will like, you know, take it, right? So whatever you are taking, it will be there, and then it will also like affects you very badly. So you have to see. And even the people who are like reporting in this war zone and conflict zones and all, no, these people, their mental health will be like deeply affected. So we have to like take care of them also. And then contacting appropriate organizations, because when you are dealing with this human rights thing and all, you can always have a proper like civil society group or NGO group who are working on that one, and you can get their support also, so that you have a backup. And if and only they agree to do with your interviewees, then you have to do it, otherwise like, you know. And remember the individual's right to anonymity. The anonymity is very very important, but the media is all the time sacrificing that sanctum, right? They are not like properly following that one. They always come up with the faces and like names, and then they are putting their family under trouble. And you may have a mix of information, so you have to agree to pass on some, not keep close track of what you have agreed. And you have this off the record and on the record, right? For certain things, like the person may be like, you know, or trusting you and like opening up, but they'll say that this is off the record, it should not be like published, right? Then that one also you have to keep note of it. So when you are like recording and you are like noting it down, okay, this thing is like off the record, so I shouldn't like get published it, right? So you have to like respect your interviewees, right? So that is also very important. So which one you have agreed on, that one you have to like go with this off the record and on the record also. And then give extra attention to security and data protection issues, because when you are like dealing with this investigative reports and all, your mobile or even your computer may be hacked, right? So everything, so you have to keep your evidences in so many other like, you know, supporting devices also. You have to like take care of it, and be respectful of the implications of a story for the individual and his her community, right? So for them it's something very this one, and they are not going to get paid anything for what they are like opening up, right? Maybe you get a huge story and you can have like a scoop story and all, but what they are going to get, nothing, right? So you have to respect that one. So out of this, you know, like even though we are convincing them and to like come up with their story, but we have to be very careful. And another one thing, like the journalist role is to fact verification, right? And again our journalists are not going with that one. They are not properly verifying these things, right? And nowadays it's very easy to verify, right? You can give a call to like proper person and everything, and there are also tools to like verify it, right? And the journalist should be aware of like how they can like debunk this misinformation and like disinformation, and they should be like, you know, aware of those things, and they have to like reach out to it. Sometimes, you know, even the journalists, when they are like reporting certain things in their social media, no, they suddenly will like, you know, share a status in this one, and we may think that the journalist has reported, so it must be true, and you will also be like sharing that one, and after few like hours they may say it's like fake news and I did it mistakenly, right? So journalists are also human beings, right? So they have to be like more careful, right? So when they are like coming up, even though this work pressure and everything is there, they have to always do the fact checking. They have to. So if they can't do the fact checking, and if it is like kind of given by a government office or something else, they have to report it. But when they are reported, they can kind of go with this
inclusive of like more voices. Okay, they can make it very very pluralistic. They can bring in like many news sources, and then through that you can like write the story also, right? So that it can be like more. And as I said that you cannot be like objective, right? You cannot be objective when you want to stand with the truth. You have to like stand with the truth, so it has to be like, so you have to make the right decisions. So what kind of decision? If you are going to take a decision and it's going to affect someone very badly, then you have to think twice. So even news should not put someone under trouble, right? So that things also we have to take care of it. And then what else is there in this ethical considerations? You have to respect the victim, their privacy, and then, and you cannot just kind of half baked information you cannot give. You have to always like come up with like more inclusive things, all those things. Yeah. And other ethics, so like the same journalistic ethics only, right? You should not like lie, and you should not tell this one, and you should not distort the truth, all those things.